Let's see here. Looks like we're good over here on Twitch. Make sure we're up here on YouTube. I think we're good to go. Yeah, I think we're good to go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a FGC stream. We're going to be talking about Texas Showdown. It was supposed to be this weekend. Originally it was supposed to be in May, and then COVID started breaking out, and so we tried to postpone it to Labor Day weekend, which would have been this weekend. But ultimately, for the safety of everybody, we decided it was best to go ahead and cancel it for the year. So, unfortunately, there's no Texas Showdown this year. So instead, I decided I was going to stream a bunch of old matches from previous Showdowns. This would have been our 20th year. So we've been at this for 20 years now. So I thought I'd go over a little bit of history, a little bit of tournament footage that we have from some of it. Some of it, the footage is, grainy. Like, this is from our first year, this match that we're going to go over. Well, not really go over. We're just going to watch some of the stuff that I have. A lot of this is on my YouTube channel right now. I think there's some other stuff that's scattered around if you look on YouTube and other resources on the internet. But it's shaky cam footage because we didn't have direct capture and capture cards and all that good stuff that we have nowadays. So it's going to be interesting to watch and see. But let me see here. Let me go ahead and get this all set up. I have some other videos as well that's not online that I might show as well. But for right now, what we're doing is I have a playlist on my YouTube channel that's like strictly Texas Showdown. So it's got match videos from a lot of the previous tournaments, as well as some replays from some of the current ones or more current ones as well. Let me just make sure I got this set up right. Okay, I think we're good to go. Alright, so this first match is Dr. Delight, who is an old school player from San Antonio. A good friend of mine. He was more into Third Strike and Marvel 2, but he did play some Capcom vs. SNK. He was pretty decent at it. One of the good guys. He's no longer in San Antonio. I think he's in Seattle now. And he's taking on Shen Chang, the Third Strike legend from Austin, Texas. This is CVS 1, so looks like Dr. Delight was playing Terry and Zangief. Shen was playing Sakura, King, and Ken. It's odd. But anyway, let's go ahead and see how this match went. What's up, Photex? What's up, Fresh Prince? This is your favorite game? Did you play CVS 1 a lot? We only played CVS 1 for like a year. What's up, Gus? So, I was not a big fan of this game, simply because this was like the longest game ever. Like, King of Fighters is the same way, so a lot of the mechanics in terms of gameplay, I think, like, it tried to take from both SNK and Capcom games, but for this one of the most annoying things is that for each character, you had a full timer bar, which is like 99 seconds, but like not really 99 seconds. Like, game time seconds are like longer than real seconds. So each round would have been, 99 game seconds. And if you timed out each round, that was a lot of time. Roll Super. Is this an old gen TV? No, this is off the arcade cabinet. But it's done by shaky cam because we didn't have direct capture back then. In this game, you had ratio 1 through 4 characters, but unlike CVS2, they were set. So like in CVS2, you could pick a character and set their ratio to be either 1, 2, 3, or 4. In this game, they were set as only one ratio. So like Zangief is always a ratio 2, King is always a ratio 1. You had your ratio 3s and your ratio 4s as well. But a lot of the stronger characters ended up being ratio 1s. So a popular strategy back then was to just pick 4 ratio 1 characters. I mean, it was a good strat. The only problem is sometimes you'd end up having both players pick 4 ratio 1s. And, you know, what I said about the timer, oh my god, you're sitting there, 4 characters on each team going down to the wire. Like if it went all the way, like if you timed out each time alternating wins and it went all the way down to like the last character for each team, that match probably took like half an hour. Literally half an hour. And the other thing back then too is like nowadays tournaments are 2 out of 3 until like top 8 usually, and then it's like 3 out of 5. Tournaments during this era was 2 out of 3, and then I don't think we did it at top 8. I think when we got to, no, I guess we did. Top 8 was 3 out of 5, so same as usual. But then when you got to top 3 or top 4, it changed to 4 out of 7. 4 out of 7 is really awful. I think after this showdown, we changed it. We were one of the first tournaments to actually get rid of 4 out of 7 because that was ridiculous. Like all tournaments back then was like grand final 4 out of 7. I don't think anybody wants to see that anymore. Not anymore. Not for a regular tournament. If it's like a challenge event or something, like a master challenge or something like that, but they usually do race to 10. But that's when you usually would see like a longer set. Ricky did not win this tournament. Shen won this tournament. See, you don't remember that. This is like 20 years ago. People probably don't remember a lot of stuff. Ricky Ortiz was at this tournament, and she was favored. She was one of the, top West Coast players, so she was definitely favored to win this tournament. Arturo Sanchez was also here, and he was one of the top East Coast guys, so he was also favored. And it was like the big internet buzz was which one of those two was going to win the tournament, because there was always the big West Coast East Coast. Okay, so here, this is Ricky here taking on Jumpsuit Jesse from Houston. Jesse's more of an ST guy, but he did dabble with the newer Street Fighter games as well, but he's definitely more known for ST than these. What's up, Angel? There were some other players as well that came down. Duck Doe from Cali was down here. Flo, he came down as well. Flo was like 13 when he came to this tournament. I don't think it was his first out-of-state tournament, but he was really young. Ricky, I remember saying this was the first out-of-state tournament that Ricky attended. There were a few other out-of-state players came down. There were quite a few people that came down. How old is this video? This is a 20-year-old video. This is from 2001. This was the very first Texas Showdown. Nakaruru was so toxic. She was so good in this game. Like, look how much damage. That's a ratio 2 to another ratio 2. On ratio 1, she like melts their life bar. Like, she has these crazy hop cross-ups. That just wrecked him. Yeah, the UH tourney. Ricky was definitely one of the best at this game and Marvel 2. Like, I know Ricky doesn't really play Marvel as much. Like, definitely not the newer Marvels. But Marvel 2, Ricky was really good. Sagat. Sagat is top tier in CVS 2. He wasn't quite as good in CVS 1. Part of the problem was, like, he was stuck as a ratio 3. So, like, if you pick Sagat, you could only pick, like, 1 ratio 1 to go with him. Like, ratio 3s, I think the most common I remember seeing was probably Yamazaki. You got wrecked by Ricky on this game. Not sure who you lost to on the other game. Yeah. I wish I still had the brackets. I don't have those brackets anymore, so there. Here we have Sky Thompson versus Peter Ong. Sky was originally from New Jersey, and he moved to Dallas. So he actually knew Arturo and those guys. He won our first couple of Marvel 2 tournaments, because honestly, down here in Houston, we were still learning how to play the game. West Coast and East Coast guys definitely had, the upper hand on us early on in the game. Peter he was from Houston, but at this time he was in Austin. I think he was at UT for school, so he played a lot with Shen, and he was actually a good friend of Brian Tyson. Peter was really good at this game, and then he stopped playing, like, altogether. Like, he played a lot of older Street Fighter games, and this one as well. He actually got 5th at Evo. Or not Evo. This is before Evo. This is that year was B5. The one and only year they held CVS 1. Peter got 5th. Like, I remember he messed around a little bit with CVS 2, and then that was about it. Like, I don't think he played too much beyond, like, 2002, 2003. But yeah, B5 that year was pretty exciting. It was pretty cool. Like, I remember he eliminated John Choi at B5. And then he lost to... he got eliminated by JFL, who was this Canadian player, Turtle Balrog player. That dude ended up getting 3rd. Even though I wasn't a big fan of the game, I actually like this music. Like, the game music from this game I like better than CVS 2, to be honest. Oof. Yeah, that life bar just melted. This game has the best soundtrack. It's a really good soundtrack. Like, I thought top to bottom the songs on this soundtrack were better than CVS 2. Like, CVS 2 has some good tracks, but I think overall the soundtrack, CVS 1 had a better soundtrack. That was cheap. That was cheap. Blanca had that in this game. He didn't have it in any other game. He could throw in a super. There's a few characters that could do stuff like that, but his especially was strong because even though he's a ratio 1, Blanca hit really hard. They nerfed that combo in CVS Pro. We don't talk about CVS Pro. CVS Pro is bad. Like, they updated this with CVS Pro, which was honestly really dumb when you think about it, because CVS 2 came out like not that long after CVS Pro. So there was like no point for CVS Pro. Like, all they did was they nerfed some stuff, they made some changes, and they added Joe and Dan, and like that was it. There was no reason for them to release that game except for like a cash grab. Like, CVS 1 only had like a 1-year lifespan, and then CVS 2 came out like right the next year basically. Sweep Shinsho got nerfed. Like, there's no reason to play that game. Like, it's like Alpha 3. Like, they came out with the Zero 3. Zero 3 Upper, where basically they just nerfed Vism, which was like the strongest groove in that game. But then, like, they balanced it, but then they made the game like not fun. That's why I don't care about balance in fighting games as much, because it's like, it feels like whenever they try to balance a fighting game, it just becomes less fun. Like, broken games are more fun. Like, that's why I love Marvel 2. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This is kind of a long set. Well, Sky was actually really good at other games too. Like, he was more known for Marvel 2, but he actually was pretty solid at most games that he played. Let me see. The videos that I have on here are mostly CVS 1. I think I have some Marvel 2, some Alpha 3, and some Third Strike matches. But yeah, for CVS 1, Shen Chang won. I think Peter got second. And then Brian Tyson got third. And then fourth place was Alan from Austin. He went by Lord Void. So Texas took top 4 in this game. Arturo and Ricky tied for 5th. That was actually a really big deal. Like, because like early on, SRK days and IRC Capcom, nobody thought Texas was any good at most of these games. Like, Texas generally gets looked down on. So this was actually a big deal that we took top 4. And like Ricky and Arturo, who were widely considered like, you know, top 3 in their region, maybe even number 1 in their regions, you know, couldn't get, you know, higher than 5th place. That was actually a huge deal. Shen won Third Strike as well, but that was kind of expected. The big challenge was whether or not Mopreme from Austin could beat Arturo, because Arturo is one of the top Third Strike guys from the East Coast. He didn't. Arturo ended up beating him, and he got second to Shen. Mopreme got third. And then Alpha 3, it was like Ricky and Arturo again. I think Ricky won, and then Arturo got second. And then the only other big game was Marvel 2. And that kind of went as expected. Okay, so that combo is more of a corner combo. The throw into super. I don't believe that works mid-screen. I'm pretty sure that's just a corner combo. But Marvel 2, Duck was the reigning champ from B4. The B4 tournament. He was like the first major Marvel 2 champion. So he was definitely favored. Ricky was right there with him. Ricky was actually one of the first players to actually beat Duck in a tournament. So that was actually, a big deal to see them two play. Now here's Duck right here against Peter. Duck was actually pretty solid this game too. I know he played this and he played CVS 2 a little bit. Obviously he's more known for Marvel versus Capcom 2. But he could kind of hold his own in this game. I think I forgot to change something. I think I forgot to change what the game is, which is just chatting. Yeah, I forgot to change that. I think I still had like Brave Exvius or something. Whoops. Okay, so we updated that. Definitely not Brave Exvius. So, funny story. After... Was it this tournament? No, it was the first tournament that we held. So, this was actually me and Javi's third tournament that we ran together. We'd ran 2 regionals before this to kind of like test the waters. Our first one was just a Marvel 2 tournament. And then the second event we threw was a CVS 1 and Marvel 2 tournament. Brian, I think, won that tournament. And then he got into, an online shouting match with like the Cali guys, because they were just saying that, we're not that good over here. So I remember him and Shen and I think Peter. No, I don't think Peter did. I think those two went to Cali for a tournament, for one of their tournaments, and Brian didn't do so well. Brian ended up fighting Duck first round or something, and he lost to Duck. And so that became like headline news. It's like Houston, Texas top player gets upset by Duck. And I think he came back in losers bracket a little bit, but I think he ended up like 17th or something like that. So, they were just trash talking him after that. And so that led up to this tournament. I think John Choi was supposed to come down, but then something came up and he couldn't make it. And so Ricky had come down, and so everyone was expecting Ricky to win. So that's a little bit of backstory to what was leading up to this tournament. We held one more regional after this before like tropical storms hit, because there was a big tropical storm that hit Houston this year, and it ended up flooding the U of H games room, and it was out of commission for like a year or something like that. Like the entire, like this arcade was on like the cellar floor of the building. Like there was there were 3 floors, and then the arcade was on like the bottom floor. So all the flooding hit the arcade super hard, and like all the cabinets had water in them, like the pool tables, all of those had to be redone. The bowling alley had to be redone. It was pretty bad. But luckily C-Mutt had moved back to Houston, because he was in Cali, I think, for school, work in school and stuff like that. He ended up moving back to Houston, and then he opened up Stargate Arcade. So luckily for us, we still had a great place to play at once U of H went down. Rockets up by 4 in the third. Nice. Be nice if we could steal a game in LA. The other thing too is like CVS 1 and CVS 2, the backgrounds are really cool. Like, stylistically, I do like the way CVS 1 and CVS 2 look. I just didn't like playing them. Like, this game I never took seriously. I played Akuma, and part of that was just because I wanted the matches to end faster. Like, I never expected to win any matches in this game because I never took it seriously, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to make my matches go as fast as possible if I enter. Goat Stargate Arcade. I know, right? RIP Stargate. Hands down, the best arcade in Houston. Wizard Arcade was a cool arcade, but, you know, the owner was definitely a character. Shout outs to all the arcades that's closed down in Houston. We've had so many arcades in Houston, and they're like all gone. It's so sad. Like, I mean, Gus, I know you remember Super Track and Alameda Mall and all those arcades out there. Up north, we had Willowbrook Mall. They had Aladdin's Castle. Later became Tilt. Greenspoint Mall had Aladdin's Castle and Tilt. Galleria used to have Tilt. You know, shout out to Southwest Side. You had Westwood Mall with Gold Mine. Oof, that bait. Guy was really good in this game. Memorial City had 4 arcades at one time. I remember that because I used to love going to Memorial City. Like, and I'm not even talking about Exhilarama. I'm talking about before Exhilarama. I used to have, like, they used to have this software store called Floppy Wizard, and there was an arcade next to that. That was where Montgomery Ward used to be. And then you had the one in the food court. You had one on the other side where Mervin's was. But that one was one that had like mostly rides, but they had some arcade games there. And then Sears had an arcade called the Green Room, which had a lot of bootleg games. Like, I remember they would have those bootleg Street Fighter 2 cabinets there. Oh, we got Dan Lee, Houston's own, versus Arturo Sanchez in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Dan at this time was easily one of our best players. Merlin's. Yeah, Merlin's. Oh, yeah, Merlin's was interesting. I'll get to that in a second. Dan, I've known for a really long time. Like, me and Dan used to play a lot in Marvel 1. Like, him and Harvey, I've known for a really long time. 98? 97, 98, I think, when I met them. But we would go back and forth playing Marvel 1. And so when Marvel 2 was announced, we were all excited for it. And the funny thing was, Dan was not that good at Marvel 1. He liked playing it, but like, he played like trash characters. So he wasn't really that good at Marvel 1. So it really surprised me. In Marvel 2, he really took it seriously and he got really good at it. But yeah, Merlin's arcade was owned by, I guess he was an older player. I never really saw him play though, but apparently Javi had told me that he was the guy that used to go to Wizard Arcade, and then he decided he wanted to open up his own arcade. And he had a great setup for it. Like, he had this arcade built right across from this high school. And we're like, wow, this dude's got it made. All he's got to do is just like open up this place, get all those high school kids in there. You should do pretty well. But then he had it in his head that he needed to compete with Stargate. And I don't know why, but he felt like he needed to compete with Stargate. And so he would hold these tournaments, and you know, he only had like one cabinet of each game. Like he only had like 4 cabinets or something, and he had like consoles set up. He was a Tekken player? Okay. Special powers of long hair. Oh yeah, this was long hair Dan. That's how long ago this was. Yeah, for some reason he thought he needed to compete with Stargate. So, like, I remember he held a tournament. He had this big pot bonus and stuff to try to invite all the players to go over. And it's like, most of us didn't care. We're like, all right, yeah, we'll go to the tournament. We'll take the money, and then we'll go to Stargate. But he had it in his idea that it was like, okay, if you're entering my tournament, you can only play at my arcade. And we're like, that's ridiculous. One, he's out in like Pearland or something. Like for me at the time, I was living up north. I was like, it takes me an hour to get up to this arcade. Are you out of your mind? Like Stargate was actually kind of far from me too back then. But still, I'd rather go to Stargate than Merlin's. So I don't know. He kept going on back and forth with that for like a year, because the high school actually wasn't open yet. So, you know, I guess he felt like he needed to try to get the community to support his business. And the thing is, like, we would have, I think, if he didn't try to actively compete with Stargate. Because, I mean, CMUT, we all knew CMUT really well, and we were always going to support Stargate. Like, we weren't going to, like, ditch Stargate just to go to Merlin's. So, I don't know. Oh, he missed Air Hyper there. I think he had meter for it, too. God, you never see Blackheart much anymore. Blackheart Doom, too. This is how old this video is. Like, Blackheart Doom, that was like year 1 top tier shit. But yeah, it didn't last too much longer after. Like, I think he closed before the high school opened, which is tragic. Because if he would have been open when the high school was open, I'm sure he would have done well. Okay, so here we got John Minko versus Arturo. John Minko was like one of the top players in Austin. Even though he's from Dallas, but he was pretty good. He actually won the last regional we held at U of H. You can tell how old the gameplay is too here. No flying with Sentinel or anything. Like, Blackheart is a good assist, but he gets blown up, especially by Commando. That's why you never really see Blackheart too much anymore. It just takes too long for him to come out. Now he's kind of screwed. Because Blackheart really can't do a whole lot. Who's this anti-air? Who's in the back? Is that Cable in the back? Yeah, it's Cable in the back. Commando would have definitely been better for that team. Yeah, if you had Cable second, that would have been a little bit better. Ooh. Oh, that was a chance. You can still get him. There you go. Oh, you didn't point it down. Rip. John Minko is also known as Darth Salamander. I don't know if anybody remembers. He used to do these trailer videos for the local scene. They were early internet citations, I guess. Especially in the FGC. They were pretty funny. I don't think any of those are online anymore. I'd have to check YouTube to see if there's any of them on there. But that was a pretty interesting thing that he would do. He did one for like each scene. That was a mistake. Yeah, that was bad. Strider Doom was a really popular team early on in the game. Like right now, there's still a few people that play that team. They're mostly specialists though. But back in the day, a lot of people actually did try to play it. Like, trap teams were really popular back in the day. You had Strider Doom, you had your Spiral teams. Spiral was really popular because of Duck, though. And even nowadays, like, Duck is hands down the only Spiral player. Like, there's some okay Spiral players, but they're not on Duck's level. Duck is the Spiral player. Like, my buddy Harvey plays Spiral a lot. Like, when he plays Marvel 2, he still plays Spiral. But yeah, it's not Duck. Cable, but Cable with no meter. Yeah, I'm like, use your assist. What are you doing, Minko? Ooh, that was close. Nice. Burn the meter. I think he wins this game. He should have won this game. One of your favorite Texas Showdown moments is the Kenso Guilty Gear final? Yeah, that's Texas Showdown 4. What's up, Sad? How you doing? Oh, he did Strider Doom. He's going to his real team. Good shit, Minko. Forcing Arturo to play his real team. People would sandbag a lot back then, too. Like, the thing is, like, back in the day, people would hide their shit because there wasn't a lot of, there's no streaming. Tournament footage was like this. This is basically like a VHS. Like, basically, it was shaky cam converted to VHS, and that's how most people would get their tournament footage back in the day. So what people would do is they would hide their real teams until they were about to lose, and then they bust out their real teams. Yep, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. We're looking at old Texas Showdown footage. This is from our first year. Players bust out real teams on top 8. It depends. Even in top 8, people sometimes would sandbag. Like, back then, you would hide your shit all the way until grand finals if you could. There's that famous tournament that they show of when Daigo first came to the US for the Alpha 3 event. Valle did not play his real character until grand finals because he lost the first set. Which his main character was really Vism Ryu, but he was playing like all kinds of other characters, and he got to the grand final not playing V Ryu at all. Good shit. So we got some Alpha 3 action. We got Shen versus Crowbait. Jeff Perlman. He's an old school player from Dallas, but he's originally from East Coast. Like, him and Sky moved from Jersey, I think, to from Jersey to Dallas for work. And Jeff was known for Alpha 3 back then. He had his Vism combo, he got beat up and got a Vism again. Nice. So around this time, let's see. B5 was in 2001. The year before that was B4. And B4, they held a ranking system for that. Based on how well you did in all the tournaments, they created a USA team that ended up going to Japan to face off against Japanese players. Shen actually went to B4 and got second place in third strike. Okay, here's Alan versus Ricky. So Alan was the guy that got fourth place. This is him eliminating Ricky. Alan is playing Kim. Executions actually mattered in this game, yeah. This was probably like the biggest upset in the tournament. Like, Alan was a fairly old school player from what Javi used to tell me. But like, they were surprised he even came out for this tournament and played CVS 1. Like, I think he was more of a second impact player. Vice was actually pretty good in this game. A lot of the ratio ones were like so good in this game. But Knack, oh my god. Ricky's just rolling this game. I'm kind of surprised he started Knack first. I mean, I could see why he would do it. Knack usually just steamrolls everybody. But the thing is, like, his team obviously gets way... a lot weaker once Nakaruru goes away, because he's got like 2 ratio 1s after that, which they're pretty good, but they're obviously not as good as Nakaruru is. See, here Alan switches order up and he put his anchor, his ratio 2 Kim last, which is smart. I think it's smart. Because it's like, if you lose your ratio 2, it's a lot harder, I think. See, King did a pretty good job there. Took off half life off Knack. Ooh. Look at that, right there is almost dead. He's doing good. Then he ate his super, 1 cross up, and dead. Still cannot believe they banned Knack in this game. Not really. They didn't really ban Knack. Like we never did. She wasn't banned from Evo. I think it was just a knee-jerk reaction from some tournaments. But like, we never did. See, look, now, took out Knack. He's got full life with his Kim versus 2 ratio 1s. Like, the lineup change was definitely a big deal for him. I think that was a level 3 super that would have went through that fireball. Missed that. I think she has to go short, short, stand short, and then that super connects. So now he's still in really good shape here. Yeah, I think it's the lineup change that really changed it for him in this match. Because he just got steamrolled by Knack in the first game. Yeah, one combo. Ratio 2s definitely did a lot more damage. At least most of them. Oof. Get that jumping short out of here. See, now Ricky changed his lineup. But I think he put Knack second. That's interesting. Oof. Missed that. Nice. If he gets any kind of meaningful damage, yeah. Knack should probably heal all that back. I was like, if he could get any kind of decent damage there, that would have been a plus. Because this king had like no health. There you go. That's the big damage. One thing I was really mad about this game is that Nakaruru was in this game, but they advertised Haomaru on like a lot of the promotional art for this game. And so I thought Haomaru was going to be in CVS 1. He ended up not making it until CVS 2. And I was like, man, he's definitely, like, he's who I play in CVS 2, but I definitely would have played him in CVS 1. See right there, Vice did just enough damage, I think, to where that made this, you know, that made this turn out well for Alan. You know, only having to deal with half bar Knack. You know, he can turtle, he can just poke here and there. See, because that wouldn't have killed if he had to take on like a full bar Knack. So he should heal up. Yeah, heal up a decent amount. Like, if this was him versus a full bar Nakaruru, it would have been a different story in this left part. That's why I'm curious why Ricky went with Knack second instead of Anchor. Remember 2-hour grand finals CVS 1 tournaments? Oh god. That's why I said after Showdown... Actually, not even after Showdown. I think it was the regional. The last regional we held was like the last time we did 4 out of 7. Like, Dan's cousin, Andy. See right there. He eliminated Ricky right there. And here's Peter versus Arturo. This is when Arturo gets eliminated. And this is the Yamazaki that I was talking about. Dude, I don't think a lot of us knew about this, but SNK Groove Mai, her fan super, Yamazaki can't get away from it. Like, he's just stuck. Like, I think you see it right here. That's how he cheesed them to death doing this. Like, he would fight it straight up until he got EX. And the thing is, like, when he got EX... Oh, well, he died this game. But, like, you'll see the strategy in the other games. Basically, he would fight straight up until he got... I think down to 20%. SNK Groove gets unlimited level 1 supers. Oh, this is a toxic team. I just noticed. He's playing my Knack. Jesus. And Yamazaki was a ratio 3, so he could only play a ratio 1, so he played Dowsum. The third fan was spaced out on Super, yeah. It was that and Yamazaki's roll was not long enough to go through it. Like, I think he had like a really short roll compared to most characters. So he would always end up either eating the third fan or being stuck blocking it. So he could never get away from it. That was like the strat. So even though Knack doesn't have that much health, she's fighting against a ratio 1. So like 2 combos I think almost kills him or dizzies him. Like, I want to say I think he wins this game. Never mind. Never mind. This is your favorite stage in music? It's a pretty cool stage. Like, all these stages are really good. Like, he played this specifically for this matchup here. Because if you could take out Yamazaki with Mai, full bar Knack, Dowsum is not going to win that. Like, see, all this right here is like bonus damage until he gets down to flashing bar, and then he can just spam supers. See? He can't jump over it. He can't roll through it. He's just stuck. See, he can't jump over it because of the third fan. He can't roll through it because of the third fan. And then it juggles on top of that. It's so dumb. So now you got Dowsum having to deal with 2 ratio 2 characters. And Dowsum's really good in this game. But, you know, he's got less health. Wow, that was good damage though. And now he's got a full bar Nakaruru to deal with. So now the roles are flipped. Knack has the health lead. Peter actually came up with a anti-Nakaruru strat too. Like, there were certain characters that were really good against Knack, or not really good, but they were pretty good at neutralizing some of the tools that made her really good. Like, the big deal with her is like her cross up goes so far and gets easy damage. So, like, I think her cross up, she couldn't cross up like Sakura and Balrog. Against Balrog, that was a huge deal because Balrog was a ratio 2 that did like ratio 3 damage. Like, that's how a lot of Nakarus lost. Like, Ricky lost to JFL because of that. Rocket's up 15 in the fourth. Whoa. The strat that Peter came up with, which is how he beat John Choi, because John Choi was actually playing Nakaru at that time, was EX Terry. Because apparently whenever Nak tries to go for shenanigans, Power Dunk destroyed like all of it. Like whenever she tried to cross up, you could just Power Dunk. And she couldn't punish it very well. I don't know, I just remember he just spammed Power Dunk a lot on her. And he ended up beating a lot of Nakarurus that way. Didn't work so well against Balrog. Like, I think he ended up losing to JFL because that Balrog was just like too strong. I think that's Guile Arturo has at the end. It looks like Guile. A fireball was hard to roll through if you didn't know which one he was throwing. If you try to predict and you predicted wrong, that's what would happen. But now you have Nak. Like, this was considered an upset as well. Unless you were from Houston or from Texas. Because we knew how good Peter was, but I think outside of Texas, most communities didn't know. This was close. Would have gone either way. What is this match? Oh, this is when we were doing 3 out of 5, I guess. Oh, this is winner's side, I think. Yeah, the Allen versus Ricky match, that was in loser's bracket. Because Shen had knocked Ricky into losers. And then Allen knocked him out of the tournament. This one is winner's side. CVS one was a 4-bud game, yeah. You could still do medium inputs, but I think you had to do like diagonal lights, I think. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Balrog hurts so much. But I think he's playing Capcom Groove. Balrog, I think, was more dangerous than S and K Groove because of unlimited ratio ones. Joe Strikes, thanks for the follow. What's up, man? How you doing? Greetings from Texas. Like, I'm not from Texas? What the hell? This is actually really clutch on his part, because fucking Knack is bleeding. Those that don't know Joe is our resident CVS 2 guy. So now we're going final game. Fierce and roundhouse or diagonal attacks. Yeah. Like I said, it's been like 20 years since I played this game. That's how you enter every stream, force a habit. It's just kind of funny to see that. It's like you coming in here saying like, greetings from Houston. I'm like, yo, I know we haven't had events in a while, but I haven't forgot that we're both from Houston. Like Capcom Groove, your characters were stronger the more meter you had. So if you had a level 3 stored, a lot of times they would try to hold on to it as long as they could because they had a power-up boost from it. S and K Groove, they had unlimited level 1 supers when their life bar flashes at like 20%, I think. I play CVS 1? Not really. I mean, I played just because everybody else played. I never played seriously. Like, it's the same with CVS 2. Like, I played just because everybody else played. I didn't play it. I had Dowsum putting in work. And Blanca, like I said, was actually really strong for ratio 1. Like him and Balrog, it was interesting because Balrog hit like a ratio 3, but he was a ratio 2. Blanca hit like a ratio 2, but he was a ratio 1. Like, I don't know what CVS 1 was till Biggest told me about it. Like, I know CVS 1 should exist, but it's like way before my time. Wow, Blanca. Here we have Brian Tyson versus David Hem. Brian Tyson was like the best in Houston. David wasn't that good at CVS 1. He got a lot better at CVS 2. But he was solid. At this time, Brian went by Ryu Wins as his username. So he was always playing Ryu for this period of time. I think he dropped Ryu in CVS 2, but this was his team normally. Sometimes he would switch out Ryu and play Balrog. Dowsum actually good in this game? Dowsum was really good in this game. The thing is, like I explained earlier, in this game, characters were set in their ratios. So, Dowsum was always ratio 1. And for a ratio 1 character, he was really good. Like Benimaru was good. King was good. Vice was, like most of the ratio ones were all really good. I think Cammy wasn't as good as the others, which is funny because she became like one of the best characters in CVS 2. But I want to say she wasn't considered super great in this one. Special intros. Sounds like all the good CVS 1 characters got nerfed in CVS 2. Nakaruru was the biggest nerf. Like, I don't think they actively tried to nerf the good characters. Like, besides Knack. Knack was obviously nerfed. But, like, the others, I don't think they meant to nerf them. It's just, like, things changed in terms of gameplay. Like, I mean, Blanca was pretty good in CVS 1. And then became, like, one of the best characters, or the best character in CVS 2. Rockets up 13 with 5 minutes left. Well, let's see. Hopefully let's see if they can hold on. So those in the scene, y'all know Kenso. There was a running rivalry between Kevin and David over who had the best Kyo in like every game. Like CVS 1, CVS 2, King of Fighters, like all the games. Like they were battling to see who had the best Kyo for some reason. And then those that follow like the Castlevania anime, y'all know Adam Dietz. He's another guy that was like a big Kyo player. So they would always go back and forth between all of them, trying to see who had the best Kyo for some reason. Couldn't get in on Guile. Guile was really good in CVS 1. Sinks plays Kyo in every game. Sinks is more of a new school guy to me, or at least not new school, but like to me new school. So like he wasn't in the tournaments back then. I don't think he started coming around until PZ era. Because I don't remember him ever showing up at Stargate. Like if he did, he was like really young. But I don't think he ever entered tournaments back then. Think Lakers winning the series 4-1. I mean, Lakers are definitely favored. Like I think they'll probably win. I would just like to see the Rockets compete well. Like if they take this game, I think it goes 6 at least. Like I think we definitely win at least 1 or 2 at home. Brian's Guile's always solid. Like even when he played Guile in CVS 2, it was solid. Isn't everyone at home? What do you mean? Oh, home game. Okay, here's the Shen versus Ricky match. This was in winners. I'm not sure why, but Shen decided to pick Evil Ryu. The big difference between like Evil Ryu and Akuma was Evil Ryu had a lot more health. All games played in Florida. Oh, well, yeah. I don't know. I just... Whatever. You can tell how much I've been paying attention to sports. Ratio 4s do a lot of damage, obviously. That dive kick animation looks cool. He's really good. And then he's like not playable in CVS 2. Oh, and then he had those combos. Like if he had super, he could have done a super after that second hurricane kick. Evil Ryu had some like crazy juggles. Oh, and the demon setup. The demon. And that was like a third strike setup demon. Shen was an Akuma player originally in third strike. Like when he went to B4, he played Akuma I think the entire way and he got second. And then in the USA versus Japan, he also played Akuma. And like if you can ever find that match, he almost beat Daigo. He had him, he was trying to catch him with a demon, and Daigo dashed in and ate the jab. Like Shen was trying to buffer a crouching jab and a demon to catch him while he was dashing, but Daigo actually got close enough to where he got clipped by the jab, and so he was able to jump away from the demon. If he didn't get clipped by that jab, he would have ate the demon, and then Shen would have won, and then that would have been a big deal. But he didn't, and then Shen came back and won. I mean, Daigo came back and won. Ooh. He plays Yun now in third strike, yeah. Back in the day, though, he played Akuma. He didn't start playing Yun until he went to Japan, and they showed him how to play Ganejin. Because he did that in this tournament as well. He was showing us Ganejin, because we hadn't seen it before. Tick throws, especially from a ratio 4, hurt. Like, throws anything from a ratio 4 hurt. Look how much that fireball did. Look how much that throw did. That's so much damage. Lakers pulled the starters? Oh man. Like, that is so good. Just randomly hitting, you know, the top of the DP like that. Oh, let me get 2 hurricane kicks added onto it. Wow. Knack did so much damage though. Those two combos hurt so bad. I think Shen loses this game, and then for some reason, yeah, he dies here. So he switches to Shotos. He plays Ken Ryu, like Ken regular Ryu, and it doesn't go very well from what I remember. Like this one, I think he loses this one pretty badly from what I remember. Yeah, Ken's getting eaten alive. Man, he's just spamming DPs. Rockets win game 1. Let's go. Yeah, they got wrecked. Shoto's got wrecked. And then it goes back to Evil Ryu. God, that throw did so much damage. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. If you had meter, you could do juggle, juggle, super. So now he's got an almost full life ratio 4 versus 2 ratio 1s. God. Okay, so this round, you can see the exact moment Ricky just like gave up. Like, it was over. Once he hit that demon, it was like, alright, whatever. Alright, third strike. Arturo versus Shen. So like I said, the big deal was like seeing whether or not Mo Preem could beat Arturo, and he didn't. So this was the grand final. This is interesting because this was like not right after. It wasn't that long, I think, when they did the USA versus Japan. And this might have been the first Third Strike tournament Shen played since that USA versus Japan exhibition. The damage. Yeah, ratio 4 is like Akuma was a ratio 4 in CVS 1 also, and so his demon also did a lot of damage. Arturo being cheap and playing Chun-Li. That was a bad uppercut. Woo. I don't remember if it was this tournament or the one after it. I think it was this tournament. So Shen had like this handheld camcorder that he brought to this tournament, and if it was this tournament, he like lost it in the middle of the event. Like somebody stole his handy cam. And like back then, those things were expensive as fuck. Like I want to say those things were like $1,000. Because he was showing it off. Like he had bought it for Japan, and he like filmed all kinds of stuff when he was in Japan. And then like I think he took it to this tournament, and somebody stole it. But it didn't even faze him. He's like, oh, I don't know where it is. I'll just buy another one. Like Shen had like all kinds of money that he just like didn't care about. Because I remember he drove a Beamer at the time, and I was like, wow, you really drove all the way from Austin in a Beamer. Like, that is kind of crazy to me. But, I mean, that was his car, I guess. I don't know. He had a lot of money. I think he still makes, like, he's got a good job. Like, the Street Fighter thing is just a side hobby for him. Like, he lives in Austin, but like I think he was originally, his family lives in Houston, so like he would come down to Houston a lot for holidays, and so he would come play games at Stargate or even at PZ at the time. Because during PZ era, I remember he would like randomly message me or text me and ask me, if people are playing at the arcade. Shout out to Lei Chang for being the cam guy for all tourneys. He wasn't at this one. This one was Dan's cousin Andy. Lei started it for Showdown 3. And then he did Showdown 3, Showdown 4, Showdown 5, and 6. I still have those DVDs he made. He tried. He tried. I feel like every Akuma wants to go for Demon. Just because. Why not? When in doubt, go for Demon. Well, Gus knows about this. That's definitely Ashley's thing. Especially if he's playing K-Groove Akuma. It's like, you know what? I got meter, fuck it, Demon. He's working in Dubai now. Yeah, he's been there for a while. Damn it, Andy, why didn't you have a tripod? I think he had one of those monopods where it was like on a pole. Those were definitely not that stable. Like CMUT had one of those too, but it was like, I think if you're recording match vids, you really need a tripod. I might have to try to go find the USA versus Japan stuff. Like, I don't think anyone ever showed all of the matches from that, mainly because US got wrecked in a lot of it. Like, I think the only game we did well in was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Like, Alpha 3 we did so-so. I think ST was so-so. Third Strike was a wash. Third Strike was terrible. But I remember in particular, there was like one video that was put out where they showed like highlights from some of the matches, and I know Shen versus Daigo was on there. Because that was a really close match. He tried. That would have been kind of hype. Not quite Evo moment 37. Oh, he just gave up. Arturo didn't care at that point. I remember him telling me too, like, he knew he was going to lose the Shen anyway. There's the handy cam I was talking about. He lost it. I don't remember when he loses it, but he lost it. Yeah, that's the handy cam. So here's Duck versus Stiggs. Westwood represent. Spiral, especially his Spiral. So cheap. There's two things especially that Duck does that no other Spiral does. One thing he does, I don't think he's going to do it here, but like, he knows specifically how to mash Spiral's throw to where even if you mash out of it, like even if you tech hit out of the throw, he still ends up doing like half bar damage. Like he'll do like 50% on you just from how he mashes the throw. And he's like the only Spiral I ever see doing that. Duck's always fun to watch. It's fun because he's the only Spiral that's this good. Like, he knows so much about that character. Like, his traps are really good. And I don't know why Stiggs is playing BB Hood. You can tell how old this is because he definitely doesn't play BB Hood anymore. Like, he switched out BB Hood for Doom later on. So now what BB Hood gonna do? Nothing. She can't do shit. She can try to do super. She's gonna eat a knife. Another fun fact about that tournament. Here you're gonna see Arturo versus Duck, and Duck is playing MSP. This is the first time we've ever seen MSP in Houston. I want to say this is one of the first times people in general had seen MSP. This is in 2001. Like, I think people in Cali started playing this team, but it wasn't well known. Because remember, like I said, back in the day, people didn't stream. So unless people recorded like this and uploaded it, nobody would see your shit. So like, a lot of us didn't know about MSP. So this is the first time we saw it, and we're like, wow. Now it's one of the top teams in the game, but at this time, this is like real early on. Marvel 2 Spiral versus Marvel 3 Morrigan, who wins? Depends on the team. if we're talking like the way the mechanics work in Marvel 2, Spiral wins that easy. In Marvel 3, I'm not sure. Spiral with Marvel 3 mechanics would have been sick. I say Spiral wins. Mainly because Spiral doesn't need meter. Morrigan needs meter. I think that's the big difference. The other thing is, depending on what kind of team Spiral has, like if she has anti-airs, I think she wins that too. Because assists are way stronger in Marvel 2 than they are in Marvel 3. Dude, and Spiral with like X Factor would have been nuts. Now in this phase, all you see, yeah, exactly. That's like this was like a huge deal back in the day. Like for people outside of Cali, seeing Duck play a team that's not Spiral would have been a big deal. Because I don't think they played MSP in East Coast. This was probably the first time Arturo had even seen MSP. You see how much different Sentinel looks too. Like at least he's flying. Like you saw some like earlier Sentinels, they wouldn't even fly. And I don't think he gets enough credit for it, but Duck's cable is really amazing. Like he has a great cable. He's one of the few cables that you see doing the guard cancel air hypers. Oh, you messed that up though. Here, I was talking up his cable and he fucks up. Commando sucks. Your Jill is better. I want to say this was like the last real match of the Marvel 2 tournament at Showdown 1. Because Ricky and Duck didn't care. Once they made grand finals, they didn't care. So like, this was like the last real big match. Because they weren't about to try to lose to each other. Ricky versus Duck, they didn't care. They split the pot and they just like didn't even finish the set, which pissed me off. Commentator's curse. Look, man, if I had a good memory, I would have remembered. But like I said, this is like 20 years ago. I don't remember shit. Another fun fact is this was, I think, the only tournament Duck traveled out of the West Coast for. He doesn't usually travel. And I don't think he traveled for anything else. Like outside of West Coast. Like he would go Cali tournaments and then Evo, because Evo was always West Coast. And that was it. So this is like the farthest outside of Cali he'd ever gone for a tournament, and still the only one. That was actually close. I realized how close Arturo got for these. Arturo was really good at Marvel 2 early on. He was one of the best in the world at Marvel 1. What's really funny about this tournament too is that Justin wasn't widely known in the community yet. Like, Eddie Lee was considered to be the best in the East Coast, and then Arturo was second, and then you had a bunch of other people. But there were rumors about this little Asian kid doing really well in New York, but like nobody knew who it was yet at the time of Showdown 1. Because I remember Arturo was talking about him, but we had no idea who this kid was, because, you know, things weren't reported as widely as they are now. Ricky went to East Coast Championships after this, and then that's the first big tournament that Justin won. And so that's when we all started hearing about Justin all of a sudden. Because then Justin went to Midwest Championships and he won that, and then B5 was right after that where he beat Duck. Like if you watch Justin Wong's videos where he talks about how he first started into the scene, you know, he played local tournaments only. Like nobody knew about him outside of East Coast until he won East Coast Championships. And then he won Midwest, and then he won B5, and then the rest is history. He didn't lose a tournament. Like he won every Marvel 2 tournament he entered for like 3 or 4 years. You miss broken games, MVC1, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. All the Marvel games are broken. The problem is with the newer ones, like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, I think the biggest problem is they try to not make it broken. And then it's not as fun as like the previous ones, in my opinion. Like, I think when they try to put too much thought into the game and the series, that's when it became a problem. Like, Marvel 3... Like, it's not my favorite. I know a lot of people do like Marvel 3. But I think they tried too hard. And then Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, they really tried too hard. Like, Marvel 2 is an accident. Like, a lot of the stuff they put in Marvel 2... they didn't mean to. Like, a lot of it they didn't mean to. And I remember there's an interview with the team that converted the game for 360 and PS3. I remember them talking about it like the code is terrible. Like, the code is a mess for Marvel 2. So a lot of the stuff that's like really good in Marvel 2 was an accident. Oof. Why is he playing MSP? He just decided to play MSP again? Wow. I swear, Duck is just doing shit. His MSP is terrible. Jump out. Oh, he gave up. It was accidentally good. Yeah, exactly. No, it was. This is also one of the last real matches in the tournament. Sky was considered the Texas champion, even though, like I said, he's from the East Coast. He was from New Jersey, but you know he won the first two big Marvel 2 tournaments, so he was considered the best in Texas. He got 5th, which is respectable. Duck and Ricky tied for 1st. 3rd place was Arturo. Flo got 4th. And so 5th place was 2 Texas guys. It was Sky and John Bunn from Houston. So this right here was like the last chance, I think, for Texas to crack top 4. Let me grab a drink. I'll let this run. Y'all can watch this. I'll be right back. Let's not talk about Apex rankings. What's wrong with Apex rankings? Look, man. It's their fault that they didn't put safeguards in there. And if I'm honest, we weren't the only region that was padding. Like, the only reason we padded our scores was because everybody else was doing it. Like, we were not the first ones to pad our rankings. For those that don't know, SRK used to do a ranking system called Apex. And what it was it allowed tournament organizers to submit their results from like all their tournaments, locals, regionals, stuff like that. And in turn, each region had like their own rankings. And so you had like your regional rankings, and then you had national rankings based off, the scores that you got. You want that Pikachu? My Pikachu back here? That's an old school Pikachu. That was like the when Pokemon first came out in the US. That's the fat Pikachu. Like there's that one, and there's a Meowth that came out that first year. Kept you in top 5 in CVS too. You were like ranked number 1 for a while back in the day. You know what's really funny about this is how Iron Man has come full circle. Like, early in the game, Iron Man was considered really good just because of his infinite. The problem was setting up his infinite, because he was slow. You had to have certain assists to help you set it up. And nowadays, Iron Man is super dangerous in Marvel 2 nowadays. Like, there's a lot of really good Iron Man players. And a lot of it is because Iron Man can just set up the infinite himself. And then, if he kills a character with infinite, guard break, next character's dead. Like, there's very few characters that can get out of it. And even then, it's not guaranteed. Like, if Iron Man knows what he's doing, one touch kill. If he gets infinite on one character, your whole team is dead. Like, there's almost nothing you can do about it now. It's crazy how he was top tier at the beginning of the game, then he fell off, and then he came back, and he's, like, really high tier again. Like, there's a lot of really good Iron Man players nowadays, and they're so scary, because it's like, one random hit, and then your character's dead, and then your team is dead. Here's Arturo versus Ricky. This is really shaky. Come on, Andy, get it together. Yeah, Ricky's MSP is way better. Especially his Storm. Ricky was always known to have a really good Storm. When Ricky first beat Duck, she was using a Storm Cable Cyclops, I think. So Ricky's always been known for having a really good Storm. And then right on cue, Storm dies. Commentator's curse is real. Man, Doom was a problem back then. But then you have Psylocke. Until you eat a super. Psylocke has a good chance this, though. It's like 8 seconds. Ricky just needed to stay away from Doom, really. Yeah, timeout. I miss these days. I had slick black hair back in the day, plus you didn't have gray hair, gray either. I remember at this time I was playing DDR a lot. This was like early 2000s, back when we had like the baggy jeans and shit. Baggy jeans, visors, those silk shirts. Oh, who died? Oh, Magneto died. Oh, he didn't do Infinite. That was definitely Infinite. Yeah, you and Wally. Commando's dead. He tried to go for throw there. He definitely didn't mean that roundhouse. Commando's roundhouse throw, he can mash it out, and it does like a lot of damage, but you know, you can just like counter mash and get out of it. He definitely was trying to go for a throw setup there. You've got no meter now. Why did you waste your meter like that? Because right there you could have killed Magneto. Too low to the ground for that. Like, Doom will try to Tiger Knee lasers to try to catch them dashing in. Because if you catch them at the right height, that's like a ton of damage. It's a lot of chip damage too, but the problem is if you're too low, it's easy combo. Like, you get hit super easy. Like, Doom is a really good character. He just gets murked by a lot of like higher tier characters in this game. He's definitely a lot better at Marvel 3. Like, Doom and Blackheart are like two of the characters that are like, they can dominate most characters in the game except the top tier. Like, Blackheart actually does pretty good against Sentinel. He has a hard time against Storm and Magneto. And for some reason he's getting hit by Psylocke. Like, Psylocke just got like random random combos there, but then he ate a super. Oh, he ate a pillar into super. I think he was trying to go for overhead right there. Psylocke has a good instant overhead. I try to tell today's gamers we didn't have combo tutorials in game. They're spoiled now. Yeah, like, well, we had it. Like, Marvel 2 and well, not CVS 1, but Marvel 2, you had the home port, and so a lot of us got a lot of good practice off the home console version. Not me, other people did. Marvel 2 was the first game with a really good practice mode. I should do commentary at tournaments? No, I don't have time. I definitely don't have time for that. Too busy running tournaments. Can't imagine sitting there trying to do commentary at the same time. What is Ricky's team here? What is he playing? He's playing Cable Psylocke? What a whack-ass team. What a whack-ass combo. Who does crack shot there? Cable Storm Psylocke. Like, he literally just picked Cable just to fight Cable. That's so weird. Like, you can tell that was definitely a very early on team. Because that team has, like, no synergy together at all. Cable with Psylocke assist is really kind of bad because it's like you can't react to Psylocke in air hyper. Like, you have to like guess that Psylocke is gonna hit and then air hyper if you want to combo it. What? He barely won that. Alright, so here's Bun versus Duck. Bun was known for playing two teams. He had his girls, and then he had his like business team, which was like Cable, Blackheart, Sentinel. He loved Cammy and Psylocke. Like, here he's playing Magneto with that team. I think, or is he? No. Duck is playing MSP. I'm looking at the wrong one. Bun is playing Storm, Cammy, Psylocke. I think Charlie's Angels was... I don't know if that movie was out at the time, but like basically he called this team Bun's Angels. Like early days in Houston, Marvel 2 scene, the only characters that were considered super cheap was like Cable. Like, maybe it's because no one was really good with like all the top tier characters, but Cable was the one that everybody hated. So the famous story back in the day was Greenspoint Mall. They would hold specific days where Cable was banned. And so that was like the running joke, was like, no Cable Mondays, or no Cable Wednesdays, no Cable Tuesdays. Like, they would basically be like, yeah, you can't play Cable today. Even though Magneto's way worse, Storm is way worse, Sentinel's way worse, but for some reason it was always Cable that like made people hate the game. And nowadays, Cable's not like considered, you know, best character. He's still top tier, but he's like the lowest of the top tier. Like, if there's 4 best characters in the game, he's definitely number 4. Yeah, he called him his Angels. Yeah. What is he doing? Just dashing around him. He's playing around with them. Yeah, this is kind of the problem with that team. Like, Storm was like, you know, everything on that team. Like, once Storm dies, what is Psylocke Cammy supposed to do? Like, arguably Cammy is probably better, especially on point. But, I mean, what is she gonna do? And Bun had a good Cammy. But it's still just Cammy. Cable 2 scrub friendly, even I can do the loop. Yeah, Air Hyper. Air Hyper's super easy. Ooh, he missed. Ooh. Let's go, Bun. The thing that makes Cammy better than Psylocke is damage output. He tried. He tried. He did it too late. I think if he had done his super earlier, it might have gone through. Okay, no, this is a bad idea. I would definitely not have put Cammy on point. I think in a one-on-one situation, Cammy's super dangerous. Way more than Psylocke. He's got to get her out, and he's not going to. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Like, you saw that strat right there where Storm did Lightning Storm to try to trade with Hailstorm. That's something that's like kind of more recently been done a lot, especially when someone's playing Santhrax versus an MSP. Is they will purposely try to snipe Hailstorm with Lightning Storm, because if you catch them early enough, then you can just DHC in a Hyper Sentinel Force and try to kill Storm right there. Like, you'll see that a lot nowadays. Okay. Now he's just doing stuff. Dan was one of our best players, then came Win and Vinny Man, Ivan sometimes. Yeah, no, Dan was definitely like the first top Marvel player in Houston. Vinny came later on. Daniel, Joe Reyna. Ivan was really good, but he was streaky. Like, if he was on, he wrecked people. Like, I remember Showdown 3. I don't know if you saw this. So, Friday before Showdown 3, Justin and Executioner had just flown in from New York. Like, I think Twan and Marn went to go pick him up from the airport, and they took him to the arcade, Stargate, right when it was closing. And Justin begged me to like let him play one game because he wanted to get used to the sticks. And I was like, all right, I'll go ahead. So Ivan was on the machine, so he played Justin. Ivan whooped the shit out of Justin that game. Because I remember Justin was like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, Justin jumped out there, he just got whooped. And then he wanted to play another game, but then Sima was like, no, get it the fuck out of here. I gotta like come back and open this place up. Fuck y'all. Ivan was really good when he was on. Like, if he was on, he could beat anybody. But the problem was he was inconsistent, so he was never consistent enough to like win a tournament. So right there, Blackheart, when he does Heart of Darkness, if it's not in the corner, he dashes. And the problem is when Blackheart does that dash, he can't block when he comes out of it. I think recently people found out a way to get out of it, though. Like, you have to mash down in 2 punches like you're doing a wave dash. And if you time it just right, like if you're able to mash it enough, he'll actually break out of the animation early, and then he can actually block. Because it used to be back in the day, everyone knew, do not do Heart of Darkness mid screen on cable, because he can air hyper right after. But it was like recently discovered that like you could just like try to wave dash or force a wave dash. Because the thing is, like, Blackheart doesn't have a wave dash, because you saw what his dash is like. He'll dash and it'll go into the ground and then come up. But during the flying screen, you can input motions to try to force him to come out of it early. So it's kind of like a fake wave dash that inputs it during the flying screen, and then that is what allows him to get out of it. Okay, I don't know why he got hit by that. He could have easily rolled out of that. This is still Bun and Duck, right? Oh no, this is Flo and Ricky. No wonder. Like I said, Flo was like 13 at this tournament. But like he's still the same size. Like Flo is not a small person. And he was already really big when he was at this tournament. Because I remember first time I saw Flo, they're like, he's 13. I'm like, are you serious? This dude's like huge. So you see him right there. He's still really big at 13. Okay, so this is like a random match. This is a Kodiak versus Earl Catnot. Kodiak, some people might know, especially if you're in the Marvel community. He's an old school Dallas player that moved to Phoenix, and he's been around the scene a while. He's always been, you know, in and out of tournaments for a while. Earl was one of the best players in Houston at this time. He was part of the Westwood crew with John Bunn and Stiggs. He was definitely one of our best players. He also was learning CVS2. Like, he actually really liked CVS2, and he was learning it. But then tragically he died in a car accident. He went to B5 with all of us. Like, there was a huge group of Houston players that went to B5, and he was one of them. And then, like, a few months after B5, he passed away. So shout outs to Earl. He was definitely a really talented player. It's a shame that he didn't make it long enough to play in more tournaments, because he was definitely fun to watch. He's one of the few good rogue players. Like him and Patrick Henry at the time had a pretty good rivalry. Kodiak actually, I think, played rogue for a little while too, but Earl and Pat were definitely more known for rogue at the time. Sadly, Pat dropped rogue. As we like to say, he decided he wanted to win. Ranma, como esta? My Spanish is really bad. What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, rest in peace, Earl. I think Bun still goes visits his grave. I know him and John were definitely super close. What's especially frustrating about it too is like he was actively trying to get a lot better at Marvel 2. Like you can see here he plays Jin, who's obviously not a top tier character. I think he had switched out to Sentinel and he was actually playing Storm Scent. I have no doubt he would have gotten really good with Storm Scent and like definitely competed a lot higher. And he liked CVS2 a lot. Like before CVS2 came out in the US, you could get the Japanese copy, and like you could do like those stupid little hacks on your PS2 to play it, and SEMA had one, and so he was one of the first ones in Houston that had the setup, and so like all of us would go to SEMA's house to play it. Like Brian Tyson went, David Hem, you know, all the other guys at Stargate, a lot of that group that was playing CVS1 would go over there. And Earl was one of them, and Earl was really getting into the game. I have no doubt he would have been really good at it. Like, I think even Brian had mentioned at the time, like, man, Earl is really good. Rip Earl, even I don't know him. Yeah, he passed away late 2001, I think. It was either late 2001 or early 2002. I think it was late 2001. Because it was definitely before the second Texas Showdown. See, this is his original team. Charlie, Rogue, Jin. The first Marvel 2 tournament we held, he got 4th place with this team. And I remember everybody else, when we posted our results, were calling us trash because we let, you know, Earl get 4th place. And we're like, no, y'all don't understand. He's really good with his team. And like, shout outs to VDO with his Rogue team. People just didn't know. You know, Rogue is really good. And like, if he's on a roll with this squad, he can take out a lot of people. Like, top tier or not. Like, it's very similar to what VDO was doing to people. Nah, you fucked up there. The thing that was funny about the Westwood guys, you can't tell very much in this video because of the video quality, but they color coordinated the teams. Like, his whole team is black and gold. Rogue's all about momentum. Yeah. Shen versus Mopreme, 3rd strike. Am I 45? 43. I actually just turned 43, like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. For the longest time, Mopreme was known for playing Ryu. Specifically Shinsho. And then there was like that period of time where he decided he wanted to be tryhard. And so he played top tier characters. Or as he put it, he wanted to win. So he would pick Ken, Chun, Yun. And then he went back to Ryu. Like, he went back and he started playing Denjin Ryu. Am I doing this all weekend? Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Like, I don't know how long I'm gonna go tonight. I think I'm just gonna do Showdown 1 here, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow. There's some tournaments I don't have a ton of footage of. Like, CVS 1, or not CVS 1. Texas Showdown 1, we had like these VHS tapes that were made. And then Showdown 2, I don't have a ton of footage of, but the footage I do have was from Shaky Cam that CMUT had recorded. So I have some of that. Showdown 3, there's some footage of, not a whole lot. And then Showdown 4 and 5 and 6, they're DVDs. The PZ AM years, I have my own footage that I recorded. And then when Javi came back, that's when streams started to become a thing. So we have like a bunch of stream recaps. Those are pretty easy to find because we were working with Level Up pretty much almost every year. So there's like a bunch of footage on Level Up. Panda X Gaming has a lot of footage as well. See, look, there's that setup. There's that demon setup. Showdown 2 was in Austin, yeah. Showdown 2 is the only time we were not in Houston. I blame Javi for that, by the way. That's all Javi's fault. Of course, it could have been worse. Could have been in Dallas. Shoutouts to my Dallas friends. I love y'all, but I hate Dallas. People still do shaky cams now, even though they stream. Well, that's because there's a lot of, you know, if you're not on the stream setup, who's going to see your match, you know? There's a lot of times, like, you'll have people fighting top players, but they're not on stream. I mean, you still want to see the match. Or you want to see your boy, you want to record your boy fighting somebody big, see if they do well. Especially if you get the upset. The worst thing is, like, if either two top players off stream, or, like, your boy fighting against the top player is off stream. You want to record it. You want to see how they do, especially if they get the upset. People want to see it. For us, it's different because we didn't have streams. I remember they had a skating rink and bowling at the Austin tournament. So from what I remember, it was like a community center. And we just like took over like the eating area. Because I remember they had the food court right there, where it was like shitty food. And then we set up our cabinets there that CMUT had brought from Houston. And we set up some consoles for Third Strike. I remember that tournament specifically too because Marvel 2, whew, that Shinsho. So the Marvel 2 cabinet, the board got loose on the way up to Austin. And so it reset the it reset the hard drive. It reset the meter. So for those that don't know, Marvel 2 had like a level meter, like a level. You had to level up the game in order to unlock characters, character colors, and on the arcade cabinet, it was even more annoying because there was no memory card. It was just built-in memory. And so if that thing reset, you had to manually level it up. And it was like, how many credits? Like 100, 200 credits or something like that was like a level. And it was infuriating because basically the way it went was every 4 levels was a character. It would go character color, character color, character color, character. Character color, character color, character color, character. So you had to do this. You had to level it up 4 times every time in order to get one new character. Okay, so here's Shen playing Yun. This was like, he was showing off Yun this whole tournament, and none of us knew anything about Ganajin. This was the first time we had seen Ganajin Yun. But yeah, so we had to sit there and level up the Marvel 2 cabinets for the tournament. And C-Mud had gotten like this manual clicker and wired it into the coin slot. And so we had to take turns pumping in credits to level up the machine. And the biggest problem with that is we didn't need to unlock every character because nobody was going to play like, say, Servbot or something like that. But the problem is one of the last 4 characters in the game is fucking Sentinel. And you know, back in the day, everybody plays Sentinel. Like, everybody now plays Sentinel. But you had to at least unlock Sentinel. And he's like one of the last 4 characters in the game. So no matter what, you had to level up so many times just to get to Sentinel. Showdown 2 had a funny moment when David beat Tragic with team S&K bosses. And then Tragic was like salty. Yeah, I remember that. David ended up losing to Tragic. And that actually pissed a lot of us off because he was like playing around too much. David had this bad habit of like picking themed teams. And I remember one of his theme teams was like really bad. Like it did really badly. And then he ended up coming back with bosses, S&K bosses. Like he went 1-on-1 with S&K bosses. If he had just stuck with them, I think he would have beat Tragic. But he picked like something shitty first game and lost. And then went 1-on-1 with S&K bosses and then ended up getting 4th place. Because Tragic ended up getting 3rd. I meant they still record the stream setup. But yeah, people usually tell me I want to see the replay now. Final unlocks. I know, right? Like, it was so frustrating. It's like, okay, so we just need to level up, unlock some characters. Because, like, you know, most of the cast isn't played, so who cares? But then Sentinel. It's fuck. He lost with Team Wrestlers. Oh, Team Big Boys. Yeah, that was a stupid team. What was it, like? Raiden, Zangief, Honda? I think? It's like Team Command Throw or something. Yeah, Raiden, Geef, I think it was Honda. Ganajin's so toxic. I remember the first time he started playing this team, like this character in casuals. I think we were like, does he ever run out of meter? Like it seems like he always had Ganajin. And we're like, why? He's like that short meter and everything. We're like, Jesus Christ, this shit like never ends. Because this is like early in Third Strike too. Like everybody played Chun-Li. Oh my god, long hair, what's up, dude? You still playing King of Fighters All-Star? AJ Tucker with the follow, what's up, dude? Yeah, Ganasian's nuts. Oh, here's David versus Duck. Hey, thanks for subscribing, man. Did you get the codes earlier? Someone had showed me there was a bunch of codes recently. Thanks for the follow, Gus. Your only gacha game? Yeah, there was some codes earlier today, I think. Sosa Rosa 5, thanks for the follow. Yeah, like I guess they had a live stream recently, and so there was a bunch of codes that they gave out. It was like 3,000 irises, 3,000 gems. Yesterday? Okay. Because I was about to say, like, if you didn't have it, I would send the picture of it to you if you didn't get all that stuff. It was actually like 3,000 rubies. I didn't get shit from them, but it was cool to have them. I recently got that new K from like a YOLO, like random, like the free single. I got K. God, Blanca's so strong in this. I thought I always subscribed. I guess I wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it happens. God, he still has that jump fierce. David, stop sucking. This was before David became a tryhard. David Hem at this time, this is when he still had that mustache. Like the original mustache. It's like, it's how he got his name Asian Hitler. That mustache. He was like the guy that would randomly show up and just like beat you and then leave, and you're like, who the fuck is this guy? Everybody hated him. He was so annoying back then. Like, you would just pick something and beat you, and you're like, what the fuck? Like Alpha 3, he would play like Ken. And like not even V'ism Ken, he'd play like A'ism Ken and like beat people. And we're like, why? This is like not good Ken. And like beats you. And then he leaves. And you're like, what the fuck? Where's this? Who the fuck is this guy? It's like after this year, after the first year, Brian and the rest of them started like really playing with him and teaching him more stuff about like CVS 1 and then eventually CVS 2 and then Third Strike and then all these other games. And then that's when David started getting really, really good. Like back then he was just like this arcade rat that was like good for no reason. You're saving him for the next... I thought about doing that, but then my friend triggered me and was like getting really good pulls. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just use them and see what I get. Like, I got a bunch of red units, but not Fess units. How much of this footage do I have? This is all This is all from Texas Showdown 1, the first year. I have a lot of footage up on my YouTube. My YouTube channel has like a bunch of Showdown footage. I'm just kind of like showcasing some of it. Like, this is Texas Showdown 1. I've got some Texas Showdown 2 stuff that I'll probably do tomorrow. We'll probably do Texas Showdown 2, 3, 4, 5 tomorrow at least. You already pulled everyone except Lady Brian and Orochi Chris. Nice. Yeah, I didn't get Brian. I got Leona. Orochi Chris. I have Orochi Chris. Like I got all three of the Orochis from his group. Oh, Red, what's up, man? Long time, man. How you been? Oof. Wait, who's playing? Is this still David? Yeah, David versus Duck. I think I have one of Marn's matches on here from Texas Showdown 1. So, like, Marn... I think Marn was like 13 at the time of this tournament, too. Long ass time, I know, man. It's been a while. Kim? What's he doing playing Kim? Martin was like 14, yeah. Back when he went by Kim Master. Like back then, we just knew him as Twan's brother. We didn't even call him Martin. We were just like, oh, that's Twan's brother. Because he was so annoying. And he was shorter than Twan back then. Like now he's like twice the size of Twan. But like back then, he was shorter than Twan. And Twan is like 4 feet tall. Marn, Ash, and Omar were still kids, and Kenso. Kevin was in that same group. Rudy Mena was in that group. Ronald and his brother Ricardo. Like all the Almeida boys, all the Super Track kids. Dog, I remember Harvey took me to Super Track, and I remember trying to play Marvel there, and their stupid cabinet was set at like damage 1, so like nothing did damage. Like Harvey was doing great on that machine because like chip damage was the same no matter what. Ooh, David, the reactions. What is that hitbox? Dude. He hit him with his ass. That was bullshit. That flash kicked him with his ass. Okay, here's Marn. Oh shit, it's Martin versus Ochoa. Annoying as fuck. Almeida Super Track. This is like high level Marn here. Roll rising tackle. You can tell he learned in a friggin' mall. All this roll into whatever. This is like top level. Random super. I mean, granted, he's like 13. That was actually pretty good. He was still, yeah, I know he was 13, but it's still funny. It's even more funny that he's he's beating a Choa. You mastered roll into whatever. Your big thing, like your signature move back in the day was like double roll. Double roll, whatever. Marn back in the day was like roll, whatever. Yours was double roll, whatever. Now here's Kim Master with his signature Kim. Oh, but DP beats it, sorry. I don't think it beats level 3. Level 1's definitely had like no priority. What's up, Big Brian? God, Marn with like the random shit. He really wants that super. Oh my god, Shinsho. Wake up super. I could just hear Mike going, I'm not losing this fucking 13-year-old kid. The fuck? Oh my god. Mike would have been so mad if he would have lost. Let's see. The fuck is this? That is not what I'm looking for. Okay, so that was all the Sevious 1 stuff from Showdown 1. A lot of my stuff is out of order. But if y'all are interested in re-watching some of that stuff, a lot of that is on my YouTube channel. Let's see what kind of CVS 2 stuff. I don't know if I have that match with Tragic and David. I do have a lot of this other stuff. Like I have Brian versus Tragic. There's Choi versus David. I might have it on here. Let me see. The name we shall not discuss. Navarro. Oh, Navarro was in Houston by then. Tragic versus Cameron Buckner. Schaffner. Oh, I got Seth Killian. Javi. Okay, so the reason why Showdown was in Austin for our second year was because Bang the Machine was being shown at South by Southwest. And so the Evo staff came down for the event since they were featured in the documentary. And they convinced Javi to move Showdown to Austin for the event. That's the reason why we were in Austin that year. And somehow they managed to talk Javi into letting them, pretty much run the event. Like Javi was there. I helped out with Marvel. And then it was like Evo staff running the rest of the tournament. And there was some really stupid shit they did that tournament. Like there was so many questionable things they did that event. that, you know, obviously that's the only time Evo staff had ever ran Showdown. There's a good reason why. Like, the CVS2 tournament was fucked. Like, there's so many stupid things they did with the CVS2 tournament. They didn't seed Marvel 2, like, at all. They just, like, threw people on the bracket. So you had, like, all the Austin guys were facing each other first round. And they were coming up to me complaining about it. I'm like, I'm not even running this tournament. What are y'all talking about? And I was like, alright. So I ended up having to fix the entire bracket for Marvel 2. On top of the fact that, like I said, the machines reset on us. So we had to sit there and manually level up the cabinets to include all the characters on there. Like, what had happened was CVS2, they tried to cap it at 64 players, but we had like 80 plus people sign up, which for tournaments back then, that's a lot of people. That was like way more than we expected for one game. And so instead of the normal thing you would think they would do, which is like, okay, make a 128 bracket and just give out buys, that would have been the normal thing to do. They came up with this stupid idea of the first 63 players were put on the bracket, and then the 64th spot, they made a whole nother bracket and put everybody else in the overflow in this one bracket for this one last spot into the bracket. That was their bright idea. So, one of the Cannon brothers was in that last chance qualifier, and like, both of them had come down. One of them was in the main bracket. The other one was put in the overflow bracket. And I'm just going to say there was a lot of shady shit that happened that I was not aware of. And the other Cannon brother is the one that got the spot. And I remember, like, Harold Tran was in that bracket. And a lot of people said that he was the one that was supposed to get the spot out of that last chance, but he didn't. His brother gave up his spot so Harold could take his spot into the tournament. So, yeah, it was a lot of stupid shit that happened. On top of the fact that Third Strike, I don't know, something happened with the board, so we couldn't use the Third Strike cabinet, and so we ended up using Dreamcasts for the Third Strike tournament that year. Yeah, it was like a death pool, but like the person that won the death pool didn't get the spot. It was really odd. Yeah, it sounds dumb. Exactly. Like, you gotta win a tournament to end the tournament. Like, there's other events that have done stuff like that. Like, NorCal Regionals is pretty famous for having death pools to get into the main bracket, but I still think it's dumb. Like, just space it out to 128, give people buys. That would have been the normal thing to do. The Planet Zero tech. Yikes, exactly, yeah. So anyhow, let me see. What can we start off with? Most of this is CVS2 stuff. Like, I don't think I have anything else besides, like, CVS2 stuff. Here, we can watch Honda. We can watch Javi play. Watch some CVS2 stuff. Ratio 4 Honda. The fuck? I want to say this is before Navarro moved to Houston. Like, I think he came down for this tournament, and then he was telling us that he's going to end up moving to Houston for school. and then he ended up being here. He ended up being in Houston for like 3 years. Never met Harold, but a lot of OGs talk about him. Harold was a really good player. And, like, you know, obviously he's been around for a while. He was very solid in, like, almost every game that he played. He played a lot of different games. I think right now he's still in Atlanta. Like, last time I saw Harold was final round. CVS2 all you need. Honda's run always gets me. Pick Spider-Man. What the hell? I really miss arcade tournaments, but I understand why they don't happen. One is like, can you even find an arcade cabinet? So here's one of the Cannon brothers. I don't know who he's fighting against, though. Terry. Like, one is even finding arcade cabinets. Two is like, people would be complaining about them because it's not their setup. Case in point, like, Chris G was complaining about the Third Strike tournament last year because it was on cabinet. Because he didn't like how the controls felt. Like, he wanted to play on his own stick. That's definitely more of a current player problem than it is an old school player problem. Like, we were used to playing on different cabinets and stuff like that, and we'd much rather play on a cabinet than lug around a stick. Like, especially in my case, I hate carrying my stick around. That's why I don't like entering console tournaments. The sound is off. If you're listening closely to the sound, you can tell what's about to happen. The sound is like in the future. Who's he playing against, though? Terry? Blanca? I don't know why, but I love Bison's throw in this game. He just chucks you. The kick to the gut, the overhead kick, and just like toss. That kick is kind of cool. And then you have his regular throw. Like, yeah, it's two throws. I like the kick throw. His Vitrix didn't work for any of the old school games at Showdown on top of the 3S cab issues. I mean, that's a Vitrix problem. I remember him having problems with the stick, because I remember he was upset because we didn't have his stick modder that year. Not for lack of trying. We had actually 2 lined up, and both of them canceled on us. So it wasn't like we didn't want a stick modder. We tried to get one. I think Arcade Shock was supposed to be there, but then at the last minute they pulled out, and they would have had a stick modder. Oh, this is terrible. John Choi versus Jimmy Chan. We were talking about Harold. This is Harold's brother, Jimmy, and he's fighting John Choi. This was really bad. You got that big ass VLX stick and hate carrying it. Yeah, like, I love my VLX stick, but I'm never gonna take it out of the house. Like, this is totally. And like John is a very old school player. Like you can see it in his hands, the way that he hits this cabinet. Like the way he plays this, like I know some people talk about Jan when he plays. Like it looks like, he's destroying the stick when he plays. A lot of the older players, when we come from the arcade era, that's how we play. Because it's like, you didn't know if the buttons were going to work all the time when you played on a cabinet. And so the best way to make sure you got these inputs out was to whack the shit out of it. Gal Win Quotes, thanks for the follow, man. How you doing? Like you can tell when Troy plays. When Valle plays, you see the same thing. You hit the shit out of the buttons to make sure these inputs come out. Those cabinets from GODs were solid from game. Yeah, they were pretty good. God, he got wrecked so bad. Hey, here's Gus versus a P group player. It was still new and no one had the update software for it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Chris G borrowed 20 sticks during the CVS2 tournament. Yeah, Harold's brother. All the poverty guys stick modders. No, yeah, that's true. The pressure. Yeah, no, his in groove was ridiculous. Like him, like he kind of got that from the JP players, like Onuki. Onuki was really good with in groove. You walk around with the Kwamba Dragon. Isn't that a huge stick too? This looks like season 1 Ryu. Yeah, in groove Ryu was pretty nuts. I really like the Mad Catz SE sticks for how small and easy to mod they were. I really wish the PS4 got some of those. My favorite stick was the old school Tekken 5 Hori stick. Like, I liked, the feel of it, the button layout, especially since it was just a straight 6-button stick, not an 8-button stick. Like, that's been one of my favorite sticks ever. SE, one of the goats. I was literally talking about how bad I wanted a candy cab, and I see you got another one. Dude, Godwin Quotes is like collecting those things like candy. Like, how many cabinets you got now, man? Like, when is your arcade opening up? Because you got like a ton of arcade cabinets. Lost, I never knew I played Blanca. Learn something new about yourself every day, man. When I modded it, the dragon got heavier. What the fuck? Like, there's some things that I needed to mod on my Vuelich stick, but then I got lazy, and then I ended up getting an obsidian later on, which was kind of a blessing, because it's like, I'd much rather carry around an obsidian than a Vuelich stick. Tekken 5 stick was 8 buttons? Was it? Like the original Tekken 5 stick? I thought it was 6 buttons. Ugh. You're playing in C groove. Yeah. They made the obsidian with noir layout now. I don't know. I won this from Showdown during our employee raffle. Like, well, not employee, staff raffle. Employee implies that we get paid. There's no money. There's no money in TOing. Don't listen to what people say. There's no money to be made in TOing. These are two of Javi's friends from Cali. It's funny because they both came down for Showdown 1, and then they both just decided, fuck it, we'll just go to Showdown 2 and party. Flip Main and Cali Sean. Honestly, gotten so lucky. I got tons of hate mail for the second Naomi cab. Was just quick to the draw and was around my phone around the right time. I mean, it is what it is. It's their fault for being slow. It was a local player? Oh, okay. Was it Greensrip? Was that his name? Dustin, I think? Was that him? Because wasn't he a P-Groove player? Oh, Sal. Sal Santa? Jealous, not gonna lie. Once we settle down a bit more, I'm def going to either try to find one or get a Vuelix. I don't know if I actually want an actual arcade cabinet because I don't like messing with arcade boards much anymore. I wouldn't mind just getting like one of those custom frames so I could just like put a monitor and console in it. Like there was that Kralix group, that one dude in Dallas that used to make those custom frames. I don't have any space in my house anymore though. Like I'd rather just, nowadays I'm just thinking about getting just a random ass 1-up cab. I know there's no money in TOing. I've seen the tired TO face hella times on multiple people. Yeah, that's how it is. The sleepy awake, I hate all of you face. It's a money hole though. I always think I'm done and then there's another 500 deep into something. It's your vice. Yeah. That's part of the reason why it's like, I always wanted to get a cabinet, but then I was like, I have no space and I don't want to upkeep. Like the worst part is like, I would have wanted to get an American cabinet for Marvel 2. And the biggest problem is like, if that monitor goes out, that thing is like $500-600 to replace. Easy. And then on top of it, replacing it, that thing is heavy as fuck. You plan on bringing cabs to Showdown for 2021? Good luck, man. You do want that Marvel 1-up cab? Yeah, the Marvel one looks pretty cool. If I had a candy cab, I'd get like Tetris or some shit. So there's like a group that's making custom kits, like the Capcom Cute cabinet. I don't know if you've seen those. They're like those really tiny single player cabinets. There's a group, I think in California, that's like making those do-it-yourself kits for those cabinets. Ghetto D is from Cali, and he has his own arcade that he has in his garage. in Cali. It's pretty cool. Like, there's a bunch of cabinets in this garage that he invites people over to play every once in a while. I want to check a PC and a Vulix though. Keep modern fighting games on it. That'd be kind of cool. That's, kind of like the MAME cabinets that people used to do. Tetris is expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't priced arcade boards in a long time. I prefer American cab. Never like sitting low for a candy cab. It depends. I think I got more used to candy cabs because of PZ. I was never a big fan of console tournaments because I hated like sitting on the floor. I was always one of those that like needed to have like chairs and multiple chairs. It was always like one chair for me and one chair for my stick. Wait, who was that? Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy won. Nice. So here's Adam Dietz. The famous Adam Dietz versus Sun City King, who's an El Paso player. This is when Adam had like his long hair. This is before he started writing for writing game guides and way before Castlevania. Arcade monitors can and will literally kill you if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, I know. The dude is in Turkey. Oh, okay. Remember when I first started playing, people were getting together to bulk buy candy cabs from Japan on SRK. Yeah. The best thing to do was to find a lot of people interested in buying cabinets and group it together to put it on a container, because that was like way cheaper on shipping, all kinds of stuff. Like, you had to find like what people used to do back then is, and like PC John did the same thing, but like I found out that like other people were doing it as well, was import cars from Japan, so then you can get the container, sell the cars to cover the cost of the container and everything, and then throw in cabinets on top of it. That was what a lot of people were doing. I forgot the guy's name who bought Chris's CVS2 when he sold it. Yeah, CMUT sold a lot of his cabinets when he got rid of the warehouse. Like, he still has some cabinets at his place. Like, he has this little his little kind of outhouse thing that he still has like some of the cabinets in there. Mostly the candy cabs. I don't think he kept any American cabs. Adam Dietz. Yeah, I know, exactly. I remember Adam and Mopreme had like this ooh, missed that. They had this combo video they made for CVS1. What the fuck? What the fuck is he doing? Okay. I was gonna say, he had no business winning that. Okay. I had some other matches on here. Let's go back and see. Go back to the earlier ones. Him and let's see. I don't want to go all the way to the other ones. We'll go Let's go to this match. And then we'll go back and see the winners final and grand final. Thanks for the memories, gotta sleep. Alright, man. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming the rest of the weekend as well. Like this is only like Showdown 1 and 2. We still got like 17 others. I like the cabs people mod to plug in your own stick. Yeah, those are nice if you can get those done. I remember Tekken, I think Tekken 5 had those. Because people would plug in their controllers to it. Mopreme and Adam made a CVS1 combo video. And I remember Mopreme pulled off one of the combos in a tournament match, which is the Sakura combo, where I think it was an SNK groove combo, where it was a juggle combo where the extension was the level 3 super, where you got like one hit off it and did like no damage, but it was like the extension. It's the dumbest thing ever, but like he did it in a match, and I remember both of them stopped when he did it because the other guy's like, "Oh shit, you're that Mopreme," and then he lost the match. Like he didn't care at that point. Like Mopreme like walked away from the machine after he hit that combo. But it was like, it's a stupid combo with Sakura where he does, you know, the regular combo and extension into juggle off one hit super level 3 super. Who's Genius playing? That's John Bunn right there. Oh, he's playing Shen. No wonder. He's like, whatever, I'm just gonna lose the Shen. This run stopper, yeah. Well, Shen was best friends with John Choi. Like, he's really good friends with John Choi. So, like, a lot of the stuff that John does, Shen would do. That was one of the things about him back then. They're such a pain at Arcade UFO. The USB ports have to be powered, and sometimes they drop inputs. I've only gone for Third Strike at UFO, and those cabs didn't have that option. Was CVS2 the biggest game at the time? Yeah, I would say so. Specifically for this tournament, like CVS2 was definitely the biggest game. This was before Third Strike got its huge resurgence. Because, like, after this, Third Strike became bigger. CVS2 always did, like, have a huge scene, though, in Texas, especially in Houston. This ain't my game, but I always loved the amount of options. It's a very, very solid game. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with it. You know, the different grooves. Even though people, you know, hate on roll canceling did open the door for a lot of characters to be useful. To be able to try this play Ryu, yeah. This must be before roll cancel? No, there was a roll cancel. Like, after the Japan national tournament, people were trying to figure out how to do all kinds of roll cancel. Like, Tragic was doing all kinds of roll cancel. Javi was actually telling me that Houston was huge in Second Impact, and when 3S came, 3S died here. Yeah, there was a big Second Impact group that played. Third Strike was not initially well received in Houston. It wasn't until like the resurgence when we started getting more third strike players into it, which wasn't until like 2003, 2004. Early on, yeah, no, not a lot of people played it. Like, Harvey. Harvey uh, went to UT initially. Like, he was originally in Austin. Like, he's from Houston, but he originally went to school in Austin. And so that's when he started getting into third strike. Because when I first met him, when he came down to U of H, this was back in like, 99, 2000, like pretty early on. He would ask me, where's the third strike cabinet? I'm like, what's third strike? I had no idea what he was talking about. Post 2000, until post 2004, yeah, exactly. CVS2 probably the only retro game I'd ever learn. You don't want to learn Marvel 2? You should learn Marvel 2. You'd be great at it. This game's sick, but I never learned it. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Play that Vampire Savior. I'm not trying to have carpal tunnel in my early 30s. UH had CVS2 Third Strike cabs, and that's how I met FGC. So to me, both games were equally big. Man, that CVS2 cabinet they have at U of H right now is whack. Doing alright, big chillin', that's good. Oh, here's the David Tragic. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, damn it. It's not on here. Okay. Tragic and Cameron. Oh, this is a wash. This is only on here because Cameron played P Groove. Cameron was a third strike player from Nebraska. Tried learning Marvel 2, and when I asked Joey Jean about mag frame data, they laughed and said, don't worry about frame data. I couldn't do short Psylocke, short convert. Yeah, frame data is not really a thing in Marvel 2, or at least it's not something that was studied up on. Like, it's just more timing than anything else. Like, I think the more and more, if you were interested in it, it's mainly just practice, getting into it, and that you figure things out easily. Like, frame data is just kind of whatever when it comes to, like, Marvel 2. Learn Project Justice on Fightcade. Project Justice, I know there's a lot of people that like it. Surge, thanks for the follow. Asking about frame data in older games is always funny. So, CVS2 is like the first game that we ever, as a community, started talking about frame data. Like, I think Alpha 2, they sorta covered a bit, but it wasn't extensively covered until like CVS2 with the CVS2 Bible. You've been trying to get him on Null DC. David only plays like Magic. Like, yeah, I think he only plays card games. I don't think he plays, like, you'd have to trick him into like saying there's poker on there or something. Older games, you can always feel if something works out or not. Like, there's frame data, but like a lot of the older games relies more on tactics, mind games, stuff like that. Like, there is the occasional, like, okay, this beats that, stuff like that. Like in ST, if I'm playing Blanca versus Zangief, I know that standing middle punch beats anything Zangief does in the air. stuff like that. I didn't think about like, okay, I have this many frames of recovery after doing this kind of move for him to attack me with something. Like I never, that wasn't really a thing back then. Like even now I don't even know if that's a thing for older games. This is awesome. Thanks for showing up. Hopefully you enjoy these matches. This is from 2002, Texas Showdown 2. What happened when UH remodeled the building? Modernizing the cabs was a requirement if they wanted to keep them. Yeah, but the way CVS2 is now, I'm just like, I would have just got rid of it. I don't know what they did with that cabinet. This is like really weird. Like the Marvel 2 cabinet, the Alpha 3 cabinet are like the original cabinets, it looks like. Was the CVS2 guide the first FG Bible? No, the first one was the Alpha 2 Bible. There's an old Alpha 2 guide that was written by the players. Like Graham Wolf, I think, was one of the authors on it, and I can't remember who else, but that was like the first Bible. David does ballroom dancing and rock climbing. Good for him. Ballroom dancing, huh? I didn't see that coming. I can see him doing rock climbing. They just changed in the flat screens. Didn't they change like the buttons and stuff too? Seth Killian. The famous Seth Killian. I don't know if you can see his hands on here. His cross hand style. I can honestly, Seth has always been the same since I've known him. Like I think I got to talk to him for like 5 seconds at the last Evo, and I was like, "What's up, dude?" He was like, "Hey, you still play Mega Man?" I'm like, too old to learn anything else in Marvel 2. Seth is one of the nicest people in the FGC that I ever met. But he was like a Midwest guy. Like most of the Midwest guys I can say were like that. How was Alpha 3 received when it came out? It wasn't bad. The thing is, like, in Houston, people liked Alpha 2 a lot. And so it was like a huge adjustment going to Alpha 3, so a lot of them didn't like Alpha 3 as much as Alpha 2. He wanted to take improv comedy classes? Oh, Lord. In America, I think so. Japan had all of the mooks with frame data and hot boxes. Yeah, I've actually, when I used to travel to Japan, I liked to buy a lot of the old game guides, game books, and it's cool to see like the data that they have in there as well as the artwork. I haven't bought them mainly for the artwork, but it is cool to see like a bunch of the stuff on there. Like they're definitely way more detailed with their guides than the ones here. It's funny that you mentioned carpal tunnel though. Vampire Savior does have stupid ass execution. I think CVS2 execution is much harder, just a different kind of execution. Yeah. It's like, Marvel has different types of execution than it is from like say either CVS2 or Third Strike or even like Virtual Fighter. Like I was in Kenso's stream with Mike Ochoa and we were talking about Virtual Fighter for some reason. I was like, That game is on a whole nother level of ridiculousness. Like, there's only 3 buttons. Why is all this stuff so hard to do? CVS2 popularity hurt it. They tried too much on the cap. What's up, David? They're just different execution, not harder. I think it just depends. Okay, we saw this match. Nobody wants to see Javi again. Okay, let's go up here. Like, I put these all out of order. Winners final, 4th place match, losers final, grand final. Let's go with, I guess we can do 4th place match, Brian versus Tragic, and then winners final, and then we'll go back up to grand final. Because I think it was a 3rd place match? No, just grand final. Okay. So let's go with, we'll do 4th place. 4th place, then winners final, then losers final, then grand final. Okay. Here's David versus Tragic. Was supposed to go to Japan in 3 days before COVID. Was going to live at Mikado and level up for a week. Yeah, I was actually supposed to go this month to Japan for Tokyo Game Show. So, obviously pretty bummed that that's not going to happen. Jesus Christ. You want to learn Yuri? Yuri is good in CVS2s, like a top SNK character. Want to see David? Look at this. No, we're talking about David him. Toto is such a troll character. Toto's actually pretty good. Look at this bullshit. You're waiting in line at Taco Bell, 10 cars ahead of me. Entertain you? I can't help you with that. All I know is an hour after you eat that Taco Bell, yeah, you're gonna have fun on that toilet. Wow. Taco Bell dropping items left and right. I know, right? I'm upset about the Mexican pizza. How dare they drop that? That's like the only thing I like getting there. Okay, that was the last game. I forgot I had these out of order. So, as you can tell, David got wrecked. Here's the first game. Iron Gut? Alright, dude. Rip potatoes. Is that another thing they dropped? They dropped like a bunch of different stuff. I don't know what they're doing. Mexican Ungulate. Thanks for the follow. I used to only get the potato stuff, now it's gone. Volcano tacos. They've but it's not the first time they've dropped stuff though. Like, I used to love the 4-alarm stuff they used to have back in the day. And like, they don't have the 7-layer burrito, it's just the 5-layer burrito. Do they even have tostadas anymore? Like, I remember they used to have tostadas, and I used to like that. Spicy potato soft taco rip. They're trying to be healthy. They're fucking Taco Bell. What is... How... If they wanted to be healthy, they'd have to get rid of that dehydrated ground beef crap. Isn't it like their beef is like the lowest grade out of all the fast food chains? Like, I thought I remember them having that listed before. Like their beef is like the lowest grade possible. Potato soft taco was a lifeline when I was feeling super broke. Like back in the day when I was in college, I remember like the 7-layer was like $1.50. Like when I was in college, Taco Bell, it was like you get a 4-alarm double decker for like $1. It was like $1 or $1.50. I can't remember. I think actually no, I think it was like $1.25. And then a 7-layer burrito was like $1.50. So then that was like $3. Brian Tyson and Tragic. What year is this? 2002. This is Texas Showdown 2 in Austin. All the items that require a fryer are next to be taken out. Man, fuck that. There's no point going to Taco Bell anymore. Like, I guarantee you, anybody going to Taco Bell doesn't give a shit about it being healthy. Prob Jack in the Box. This seems to be their business plan. Decrease the meat portions, increase lettuce and tomatoes. Their beans is just rat droppings dipped in boiled water. Oh yes, college back in the 80s. Early 2000s, thank you very much. Brian, what the fuck was that? Only late night convenient and cheap vegetarian option. I can tell this is old with all the scrapping going on. Just keep that triple layer nachos for $1. No way. I went to Sac State in 2004. I'm calling shenanigans. I'm not that old. You're just lying to yourself. Don't think I've ever seen CVS2 this aggressive. This is early CVS2. Like, you'll notice you're seeing in-groove. Like, this is when in-groove was, like, a big thing. Like, it's pretty obvious. Like, if you see S&K grooves, they're going to be more aggressive just because of the run. Paint the fence. K and A groove the most aggressive. The thing I remember most about this match in particular, like, our main goal in this tournament was to not let Callie take top 2. Like, we were already upset that David lost. We were like, we would have been really, really upset if Brian would have lost to Tragic. But the thing I remember most about this was that Tragic was so pissed off when he lost to Brian. Like, he was complaining about the cabinet, complaining about the buttons. Was that the only match on there? I thought he had another one. But he was complaining about everything on the cabinet when he lost. And, like, it was the same cabinet and the same side that he had just beat David on. And John Choi was sitting right next to him. He was like, no, dude, you just fucking lost. Like, there's nothing wrong with the cabinet. You just fucking lost. Yeah, I guess that was the only game they had between the two. But yeah, Brian ended up beating him, and yeah, he was... Tragic was complaining a lot. It was pretty funny to watch. I guess we'll do winners final. Is this out of order too? Fuck. Why do I have these out of order? Alright, so game 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is John Choi versus David. I guess we could see that. I don't know why I have these out of order. A, C, N, K are all fine. Yeah, I mean, P Groove is alright. S Groove is interesting. Hey Rama, my birthday was yesterday. You got 200 in total, so I spent them to get Lost Vein, only to 6-6 Fraudrin. I hate my life. Fraudrin, that particular one, is good for PvP. But you're going to have to spend some money to make him good, because his whole mechanic is he has to be higher CC than everybody else on the other team, so he prevents them from gaining meter. Yuri is good in C, A, and N. K is alright. Running after Sonic Boom is wild, yeah. Back in the days when finals were 3 out of 5. Back in the day, finals were 4 out of 7. Iori doesn't have a good A groove custom. Yeah, most of the time it's like uppercut roll, uppercut roll, uppercut roll, uppercut roll, or something like that. Like most of the uppercut characters, that seems to be their custom. It's like anti-air, roll, uppercut, roll, uppercut, roll, uppercut, roll, uppercut. Like Ken's is kind of similar, unless you get his roundhouse custom. I think Kyo has something like that, where it was like uppercut, command kick, that trip kick, double kick thing he has. Like I remember David used to do that. Like we'd uppercut cancel into that. Can't do A groove shit, too old for that. Just do the Blanca one. Was it roll cancel electricity? Holy shit, that was fast. Did not expect that to end so fast. What the hell, Brian? Oh no, that was David. What the hell, David? Okay, let's see how bad the second game was. Ken has new custom groove combos recently. I mean, I haven't paid attention to CVS2, like recent CVS2 stuff in a long time. Jesus Christ, David. Stop getting punked. Deadly Rave, really? Holy shit. I swear, oh, there's a roll cancel right there. I swear David was good at this game. I swear he was good at this game. He's just getting destroyed by John Choi. It's harder for like Showdown when you have time constraints and have to wait on players that come from other tournaments. Yeah, unfortunately, if it's not a main game, like we have to prioritize main games over side games. The other problem is like when you have players like Chris G or Justin or whoever that decide to enter like every game that we're holding. That's the other problem. Like, I don't want to limit players on what they can enter, but at the same time, it's like, Jesus Christ, did you really need to enter 15 tournaments? What's worse is when I'm trying to seed events, and I'm like, okay, I can throw them in this pool, but unfortunately, there's like 3 other games that it's conflicting with. Like, trying to make a schedule for people when they're in like so many different games is the most annoying shit. Like, TOing sucks. I don't know why I'm still doing it. Like, this last showdown, at least we spaced it out where I gave myself enough time to try to schedule things. The problem is, like, when you get a bunch of people that sign up day of for, like, some of the other tournaments, and I'll be trying to figure out how to throw them in. It's super annoying. Okay, David. You're actually doing something this game. Nice. There's a sign that says now hiring friendly people must have filled their quota for the non-friendly people. I mean, if you're not allowing people in the Taco Bell, that'd be fine. David, why? Wasn't he top 10 in the US? Yeah. At one time, he was considered, you know, top 10. The thing is, like, at the time, John was considered number 1. So it's like, you know, number 1 versus number 10. It was like a pretty big gap. God damn it, David. You had that. Alright, so that was David getting blown up. I guess let's go to the winners final. Or did we see the winners final? No, I don't think we saw the winners final yet. David's too good at every game. At the time, he was so good at like a lot of games. Like Evo, the first Evo, 2002, he got either 9th or 13th at all the tournaments that year. Like, granted, there was only like 3 tournaments. Like, they did CVS 2, Marvel versus Capcom 2, and Super Turbo, and like that was it. But he got like either 9th or 13th at all 3 of them. And then the next year, 2003, he got 5th in Guilty Gear. And then I think that year he also picked up Third Strike, and he got like 2nd place or 3rd place at Midwest Championships in Third Strike. Like, he had just picked it up that year. You said you were going to do more of these videos? Yeah, this weekend I'm going to do more of these. We're taking care of Showdown 2, and then tomorrow we'll probably pick back up with Showdown 3. Showdown 3 was the first tournament that first time Justin Wong came down to Houston. I don't know if y'all seen the video, but there's like a famous comeback that he did with Cable. It was like the 1 pixel Cable comeback. That was at that tournament. It's funny seeing so many in-groove players here. It's like, in-groove's definitely not used as much anymore. Or at least not that I've seen. I think there's in-groove players in Japan, but like in America, I don't see that much in-groove. And they make grand finals for every game. Honda, Raiden, Geef. That's why I thought this was pre-roll cancel days. Well, roll cancel, like Onuki was doing it in Groove. Like, okay, that was game 1. Let's go to game 2. So, like, y'all know the story of roll cancel, right? Let's see, I think this is game 2. No, it's game 4. What? That was game 3. Wait, am I? Okay, no, here's game 2. Am I doing these out of order? I'm hoping not. This is honestly really dope. I think you should label these videos in parts, though. Yeah, I'm probably going to rename this part 1. Then tomorrow will be part 2. Paper in Groove is just like S tier. Has everything mechanics-wise, but then in real life it's just not that good. Yeah, it's like technically got everything, but it's hard to get the execution right for a lot of it. One of the biggest problems for it is like getting like consistently getting like the level 3 damage. So roll canceling was discovered by Onuki when he was beta testing CVS2. But instead of telling the developers about it, he just kind of kept it to himself. And then he didn't bust it out until the grand finals of the CVS2 Japan National Tournament. And that's like this famous match that we all saw where we're watching it and he fucking does Blanca's roll cancel ball right through Sagat Super, and we're like, what the fuck was that? That was the first time anybody had seen roll cancel. And what's funny about that is the only other person that he told about that was Tokido, because at the time Tokido was like his training partner. And it's even more funny because at SBO that year, which was like the first SBO for CVS2, it was Tokido versus Onuki in the final, and Tokido abused the shit out of roll cancel on him to win SBO. Like I think he was like playing Honda, and he kept doing roll cancel hands on him. Roll cancel hands, roll cancel headbutt. Just abused the shit out of it and beat him. A lot of games from that era are near perfect in my opinion. I wouldn't say perfect. I just think they're fun. Like, I've never been a fan of patching. Like, I understand, you know... Okay, there Brian finally won a game. Brian had put up a pretty good fight. A lot more than I think people thought he would. Okay, so that's game 1. That's game 2. Where's the other ones? One is final 3. Okay, so here's 3. It's hard to tell because it's always the same fucking characters. They just need a bit more tweaking to be crazy good. See, I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. Like, unless it's something that's like super busted, as in unplayable, that's something that can be patched. Like, I've seen them do that even in arcade era. Like, they would have like replacement RAM chip that would have like, the updates and stuff like that. But what the fuck just happened? What the fuck was that? Okay, that was weird. Maybe there was like a problem with encoding. Like Sagat just like popped up out of nowhere and did a super. I'm guessing that was an encoding error. But I don't like patching just to change things up. See, there it happened again. What the fuck? That has to be some kind of encoding error. Surprised people didn't accidentally discover it. Yeah. I mean, it's not something you think about, I think. You have to understand, people didn't practice extensively on consoles a lot back then. Especially in Japan. Most people played at the arcade. CV2 got tweaked with EO, but no one wanted to play it. Yeah, exactly. But that was a little different than tweaking. That was like a whole different mode. Like we were talking about 03 Upper and how crap that was, and CVS1 Pro and how that was kind of crap. Doesn't necessarily have to be something that drastic in all honesty. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But I don't like when they tweak things to where it changes things you do with the character. Like, part of the reason why I've always loved Marvel 2 is like all the things I've learned in the game never change. Like, I like being able to just continually playing a game and learning stuff about the game even after like 20 years. Like if you're patching it and it's like stuff that you learn is different, to me that sucks. Games like CVS2 and Third Strike have some things that everyone agrees is too strong, and I don't even want to change the strong shit. I think this is 3 out of 5. Just make the weaker stuff a bit better, like make Remy's Super Art 2 actually juggle properly. Bugs or features. Try learning Street Fighter 5 via YouTube vids. Man, I cannot play Street Fighter 5. Can never tell if shit you learn is gonna work or not. Like, I'm glad Marvel 2 came out when it did, because like if it came out later, I can't imagine the stuff they would have done to it. Like Marvel 3 when it first came out, that knee-jerk reaction to Sentinel was so ridiculous. Like, I couldn't believe they did that. But then, they only had like one major update, which was Ultimate, and then they didn't do anything else with the game. But I can imagine if Marvel 2 was in the same era, they would have nerfed Cable. Like, flat out. And the thing about Cable is, like, he's not even as good as the rest of the top tier characters now. But we didn't know that back in the day. Like, he definitely would have gotten nerfed. Like, as a day one knee-jerk reaction thing. Because Cable was good right off the bat. Like, and that was even before we figured out air hyper. Like, the old school way of chaining quote-unquote air hyper was fierce, fierce, fierce uppercut super. And then you could just uppercut super, uppercut super. It was like a few months later down the line that we started figuring out how to do the Tiger Knee air hyper. But the fact that he could, like, chain supers like that was kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm not sure if we figured out Hyper Sentinel Force Loop. We probably did by then. But like those were like the two characters that were like, wow, they can just chain their supers together. Sentinel probably would have gotten nerfed too, to be honest. Sentinel was pretty good even before Fast Fly. Most good fighting games are accidents. Yeah, Marvel 2 was definitely an accident. Marvel 2 DLC be like $100. Alright, so that was the winner's final. Let's do... Well, I guess we already did loser's final, huh? Brian already beat up Tragic. I think we got all that, didn't we? You know what? I want to see game 3 again. Fuck it. I want to watch him beat up Tragic. $1,000. So here's a question. Marvel 2 is a wonderful game if you consider it a 12 fighter game. But if you made everyone in the game viable like Street Fighter 5, would it be any fun? Probably not. Like, I don't know. It's... like, I don't believe in parity. There's tiers. There's always going to be tiers in a game, or at least there should be tiers in a game. That's just how most games are. It's like when you try to make a game too balanced, I don't think it's as fun. But this is coming from my mindset, which I don't play a top tier team in Marvel 2. My team is Mega Man, Cable, Tron, which is, you know, mid-tier point character, top-tier second character, good assist character. It would have been interesting, but I don't think it was really necessary for it. Like, there's a lot of personality that people have even with top-tier teams. Like, you can be totally different with MSP versus another MSP. You know, they don't necessarily all play the same. Same with other top tier teams. Like, one person playing Santhrax can be totally different from another person playing Santhrax. Like, there's a lot there in the game that allow you to have your own individuality with top tier characters and even top tier teams. Like, you can have your own style even with, you know, Storm or Sentinel. Like Magneto. Like, most Magnetos, you can, like, there's a lot of Magnetos. I can tell who it is just by the style that they play. Like, you know, the different combos that they do, the different patterns that they do. In more modern games, it's harder to tell styles, in my opinion. Think Smash Ultimate, you need to learn all the matchups. So where's the cutoff? See, Yori Custom sucks. Swagnito. But a lot of that is based on mechanics and game knowledge. It ain't just the character they pick. Yeah. But that's what I mean about having time to learn the game, learn the character. Like, that's the other reason why I don't like patching. Like, I like to have the time to learn all that stuff. Right after Tragic got hit by that, that's when he like slapped the cabinet and then complained about it. And when John Choi told him, "Nah, man, you just lost." Seema was right there too, and I remember he got up and yelled at Tragic too. It was like, "Dude, the fuck is wrong with you?" Seema did not play any games. He took care of his shit. Like, those cabinets were definitely all good. Tragic's just a sore loser. Alright, grand finals. Do you still play Street Fighter? I played Tekken my whole life. I've never been into Street Fighter really. Not Street Fighter 5. Like, I'll play the other Street Fighters from time to time. Like, I like playing ST. I don't really play Third Strike very much. Street Fighter 4, I played a little bit. Third Strike is accidentally a great game. Yeah. This is 2002, of course. A Groovy Yori custom sucks. Where's the Salt Clips? I guess they stopped recording by that time. We just have to go by memories. One thing I remember from this tournament is we weren't going to have Alpha 3. Like, Seema didn't want to bring the Alpha 3 cabinet. He was already bringing like a bunch of cabinets. He rented a U-Haul to load up all the cabinets from Stargate to bring, and he didn't want to bring Alpha 3, but it was like a personal request from one of the producers for Bang the Machine, because they were a big Alpha 3 fan. I forgot his name, but like, he wanted us to hold Alpha 3 so that he could play in a tournament while he was there. And he was pretty good. I think he got 5th place. He played via Kuma. He was cheap. Like, John Choi won. We already knew John. That was the reason why we didn't want to bring Alpha 3 was like, we weren't very strong at Alpha 3, and we were just like, John's just gonna win it. I'd rather watch him, you know, play CVS 2. Like, John won CVS 2, he won ST, and Alpha 3. You know, now that I think about it, David won Marvel. He won Marvel too at this showdown. It was him versus Dwan from New Orleans, and then Vinny got 3rd. God, why didn't he put these? Why did he separate these by one game? Or why did I separate these by one game? The fuck was my issue with this? I don't know why I did that. Have I won a showdown? Hell no. Why would I win a showdown? TOs never win their own events. Come on now. I'm too busy trying to make sure such and such is playing their damn match before I have to DQ them. Half the time, even when I'm playing a match, people are coming up to me like, yo, I'm trying to find this dude playing my match. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to play my match. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I've made top 3s. That's about the closest I've gotten, but no, never won. Collusion. Win the burrito eating contest? Yo, man, I can't. That one dude, holy shit. What, he ate that thing in like a minute? That was like the super monster too. I was like, what the fuck? And then we found out he was an actual competitive eater. That's fucked up. What kind of competitive eater goes to a fighting game tournament? Like, that was like the last thing we expected. Like, I feel like he heard about this shit and was like, yo, this is about to be free. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna get this burrito. But I bet he thought he was getting cash. There was no cash. Got him. Like, I think he got a gift card. I think that was it. What the fuck? Okay. I think I know what happened there. He was giving it up there. So Brian took that game, and then John gave it up because he wanted to switch sides, because in CVS 2 you have a 2 PA, second player advantage. And on one side you can't get crossed up because of it. So a lot of them like to have second player because of that. I don't know if that's a thing now. That was a thing back then. Like, people specifically wanted second player side because of it. If that's the case, which TO in Showdown came close to winning? Never gonna live it down. If y'all do that, I'm winning free. What? Burrito eating contest? I mean, we'll bring it back. We were talking about bringing it back for this year. Crossfire eating in video games. I'm sure that's a thing. I don't know. I don't think you should do it at the same time. That'd be an interesting challenge. Finish eating the burrito while playing Street Fighter at the same time. I hate that I naturally play Turtle, so my matches take longer than everyone else. So if I want to enter my own tourney, I gotta time it perfectly when I play. So for Marvel, basically I was like, alright, I'm free. Play all my matches now. Let me get all my matches out of the way. Because I was expecting to go 0-2. But then I started beating people. I don't know why. And so, like, I had to play out my winner's bracket side, and then I had to leave. And I was like, alright, just tell me when you get back to my match on loser side. So then I left, go ran some shit. I don't know how long it took for me to come back. And then, like, alright, let me run all my losers bracket shit till I'm done. That's usually how it ends up for me whenever I'm playing in a tournament during Showdown. It's like, alright, do I have time? Because a lot of times I just forfeit. I'm like, I don't have time. Like, I can't remember the last time I played, alright, never mind. I guess the stick was busted. Now they're just swapping back and forth. I guess there was something wrong with it. Whoops. I guess they're just switching back and forth then. There were 2 cabinets though, so I don't know why they didn't just go on the other cabinet. Two PA is not a thing anymore in CVS2. I didn't think it was. That was just a thing back then that they cared about. Well, then again, y'all play on console. Well, no, I guess that it could still be a thing, but I don't think anybody thinks about it as much anymore. What match? There was a Street Fighter match, I think I remember, where they actually physically changed chairs, which I thought was funny. Because, like, that's definitely a thing we used to do in the arcades, like, switch sides. But, like, in console tournaments, I don't think I had seen that before, since all you had to do is, like, swap sticks to change sides. But I think there was a match I saw where they actually changed chairs. console has the glitch as well. I mean, RC's on. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is, but I don't know if players nowadays care about it. Like that'd be something I would do if I cared about playing. It's like, yo, I lost pretty bad. You know, get up. We're changing chairs. Don't you just want to change sides? Oh, I'm gonna change everything and change consoles for all I care. The new rules they're trying to do is winner can change order, and I'm like, nah, son. Let me get OCV. Let me get OCV by that Sagat again. We used to care about that in Marvel too. But because of Switch Trick and all that, it became less important. Like, we didn't care about that anymore. Meyer 00 PSN, thanks for the follow. What was this one? That was game 2 again. What the hell? Am I doing this out of order? Am I doing these right? Let's see, 3? Oh no, wait, we did 3 and then it went to the next one, so let's go to 4. Two PA existed in Dreamcast Arcade. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were pretty much the same. Like, the Naomi inherently is like Dreamcast hardware. Was coaching a thing back then? Of course. Like, you probably can't see him. Tragic is right next to John Choi. I think David is up there with Brian. But yeah, there's always been coaching. I wish I had footage from other games from this showdown. But like, this is all like C-Mutt's personal footage that he took. There were a few other people that had camcorders. Like, I know Shen had his new camcorder. Ooh. John Minko was recording some Marvel too, but I don't think he ever put up any footage from it. Because we had ST, Alpha 3, CVS 2, Marvel 2, Third Strike, and Tekken 4. CVS 2 is all you need. I keep seeing that weird Blanca super used a lot in this event. It was used for an anti-air. Choi being clutch. I'm gonna go play some CVS Tune Sleep. Alright, man. Sounds like a waste of meter for anti-air. You would need to get all the hits for the damage. Yeah, I mean, this is like the first year of CVS2. It's like a lot of things that are optimal now, they probably weren't thinking about back then. Like, you know, first year Marvel 2 is really hard to watch. Like, you see so many teams that aren't used as much, and then you even see some teams that are used but used way differently back then. So I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, Strider Doom back then looks way different from Strider Doom now. Ugh. I mean, from early on to now, I think two of the main constants are still that Blanca and Sagat are really good. Wow. Okay. See, Brian's on the right, I think, right? Yeah, Guile. You can win with one button OCV with all six. Okay. Calm yourself, C-Mutt. Cammy, Sagat, Blanca still top tier in any groove. Other characters are groove or mechanics dependent. I mean, that pretty much hasn't changed. That's pretty much how it was. How it was back then in 2002 as well. CBS. God. Barely hung on for that. Game 6 now. I think it's 3-2 Choi. I think we did 4 out of 7 for this for some stupid reason. Super right in the face. Oh, man. Why are videos by the match instead of by the whole set? Dude, I didn't know what I was doing when I did this. If I could go back and re-encode it, it would have been the whole set instead of single game. I don't know why I did these things. Like, this is from Seamut's original tape that he gave me. And I remember when I originally encoded it from the VHS tape, this file was like 160 gigs. And so I kept trying to whittle it down. Like, I think I was just tired. Because, like, once I encoded it, like, from VHS, you have to do, like, the best quality possible, or else it's going to look like crap. And so I think when I cut the games, they were still super huge. Like, I think each individual game was like 10 gigs. And I was like, you know what, fuck it. And just uploaded it to YouTube like that. Because I think a whole set would have been like 30 something gigs. At least 30, 40 gigs. Bottom line is, don't encode from VHS. VHS sucks. There's got to be a better way for it. I don't know. That's why they're single games, is because of that. That was it. John Choi wins. Yeah, I don't think anybody has any other footage from Showdown 2, unfortunately. Like, it was mostly just John Choi beating us. that was the theme. The theme of Showdown 2 was bang the machine and John Choi kills us. That was Showdown 2. But I think that's going to be it for tonight. We'll pick back up with Showdown 3. I'm trying to see what all I have. I know I have a lot of MVC2 stuff because they recorded a lot of Marvel stuff. I don't know if they have any other stuff, because I think the first DVD Lay made was from Showdown 4, so there's a lot more regular footage from Showdown 4, like Showdown 4 and Showdown 5, Showdown 6. Showdown 3 I think was still shaky cam. So I guess we'll pick that up tomorrow, like I said. But thanks everybody for joining me. Thanks for everybody for following. I'll pick back up tomorrow around probably after lunchtime. Might tune in tomorrow. Are you planning on doing all showdowns? I'm going to try to, because I've been meaning to do stuff like this for a while. And since we haven't been able to do Showdown this year, I wanted to do some kind of retrospective of, you know, our history, because this year was supposed to be a really big year for us. It was our 20th event. It was supposed to be. We were going to be a premiere event for Capcom Pro Tour, which would have been the first for us. So yeah, we had a lot of things that we had planned. Unfortunately, it's going to be pushed back to next year. We'll see if we can hopefully have everything ready for next year. But yeah, we'll start off with 3, probably around 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. We'll start earlier than we did today. Today I had to wait till I got off work, eat dinner, and start this up. God, is it really almost 2 a.m.? Fuck. Okay, so 2 p.m. we'll pick back up with Showdown 3. It's not a lot of Showdown 3. It's mostly just Marvel 2 stuff. Then we'll go 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we hit the Anime Matsuri PZ era. I'll see what I have of that, or we can just talk about that. That was the whole mess of stuff. There's a lot of stories from that era as well. Anyhow, Let me see if there's anybody I can host in the meantime. I don't know. It's pretty late. I don't know if anybody else is streaming. We can host Boss. We've been doing CVS2 anyway. Let's go ahead and host Boss. Oh no, he's doing Alpha 2. Really? Let me see this. He is doing Alpha 2. He's a beast in Alpha. Like before CVS2, he was a beast in especially Alpha 3. Like I didn't know he was that good at Alpha 2 as well, but I definitely knew him first from Alpha 3. Alright, so we're going to host Boss. I'll catch you guys later. Catch y'all well, later today, actually. Where is it? Alright, peace out. Enjoy Boss's stream.